All right, everybody in the car. Let's go.
What are we gonna do first when we get there, Mom? Go for a hike?
Sure, if you want.
What about canoeing? Can we go canoeing too?
I don't see why.
What about a bike ride? No, I want to fish.
Okay.
I've never been fishing.
Honey, we can do it all.
How long does it take to get to the forest?
It's not.
Is it gonna be long?
No,
I
sweetie.
bet it takes forever.
It's not that far.
Are we there yet?
Yep, we're here.
Already? No way! Come on.
It's a short drive from your neighborhood to your naturehood. Visit discovertheforest.org to find a neighborhood park or green space near you. Also, find fun activities to do like boating and biking or camping and hiking, plus much more. It's all right in your naturehood. A public service announcement brought to you by the Ad Council and the U.S. Forest Service.
And welcome, everybody, to Logic Nation. Today is December 16, 2019. Matt, your host here, and I've got a room packed, and it's going to get even more packed as the time goes on. I've got Susan Sturl with me. Let me explain who she is. Susan is the pusher of paint. She is the poet of photography and the rocket of rock and roll. I got Shane to my left here, and Shane is the titan of tech, the genius of Google, the commander of computers, and the bringer of kolaches, and he has not failed us. I've got Bill Whitmire, Republican chair of Milam County, and he is the gloater of Navy win over Army.
I mean, I didn't say much. You tried to throw 3 in a row at me, but, 15 out of the last 18.
Look, you guys are whiners. The Army is more settled in and stable, so they can handle a loss here and there, or 18 years, whatever it is. But Navy, they cry. They cry too much, so we try to help them out.
We just win. I mean,
Now we got Mac the mechanic coming in. I might have Ed calling us up here. I'm not sure yet. We'll figure it out, but we got lots going on. So if you want to be part of the show, give us a call, 866-89-LOGIC, 866-895-6442. Stream us live at logicnation.us. Social media is at Facebook at Logic Nation Radio and YouTube at youtube.com/Logic Nation Radio. We've got videos, memes, articles up there on Facebook, so like us and share us. Also, subscribe to the YouTube channel and help us out with the numbers there. It's very excited in the room today. Shane, why don't you come on over here or take a mic and tell everybody why you're so giddy and happy and all this kind of stuff.
Well, that would be easy because we just changed over to a new automation system that I don't have to touch anymore.
Nor do I.
Yeah,
I just sit here like a parrot,
Yes, that's right. Well, I mean, we don't have to create, separate logs and everything. We just we don't have to change any automation or anything like that. It just goes on timed.
And I can't thank you enough for making this job easier, okay? So I appreciate that very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a lot going on today. And let me give you a list of what's going on here. We'll have the devotionals, of course, quotes and announcements. We got an Arizona dad. This one kind of fired me up. Arizona dad accused of killing man who tried to enter his daughter's bathroom stall and gets 8 years for it. I got an issue with that. If you got an issue with it, give us a call, 866-89-LOGIC. Shifty Schiff. No idea the FBI was committing serious abuses when I said all that stuff. Bill, what do you think on that? When I said all that stuff. First, he mocks the phone call on the 25th. It makes it into a parody. And then all this stuff, the way he talks about it is so blasé.
We've talked about how, and I've said Pelosi was very cautious about that going into all of this. And Schiff has been on the exact polar opposite of that. He's one of those guys that's got to be at the cutting edge, the very lead of everything,
Yeah.
and he keeps stepping on his own foot. He's got to meet with that guy that wants to say something, and then 2 days later, after he meets with him, all of a sudden now he's a whistleblower. And then he says, "Oh yeah, I knew all about it. Yeah." And then he comes back around about a week later, says, "I didn't know the guy at all. I don't even know who he is."
How does he say it with such a straight face? That's amazing how he does it. He's trained. I think he
He's
goes
a California politician, just like Pelosi, just like Feinstein, just like Barbara Boxer. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. Eric Swalwell, all those guys, I mean, they're California politicians. And
If you were to
That's
look
what
up
you
in the
get.
dictionary and type in California politician, what would be the definition of it? Besides the names of people, what would be an explanation of who they are based on how would you describe it?
oh, my definition would be generally a majority of ultra-liberal, ultra-left-wing liberal progressives.
Okay, that's fine, but what about the lying aspect?
Oh,
How do you put
that
the
just
line-
kind of goes along with left-wing progressive. I mean, that's kind of synonymous with that. But you look at the left-wing wackos, and they all seem to come from New York and California. So
All right, let's see what else we got here. Schiff trying damage control on a failed impeachment attempt. We'll talk about that. Former FBI Director Comey says he was wrong, but he downplays it.
yeah.
With such a major issue as impeachment and all that he's been involved with to lead to this impeachment, now he downplays it because he was wrong. Doesn't that make everything get shifted into like, hey, we need to stop, put on the brakes of this impeachment?
Basically, the AG's just left my Justice Department's IG came out and said that those FISA warrants for the surveillance that have given supposed credence to a lot of these charges in the Russia investigation were unenforceable. We're not realistic reasons to have the surveillance in the first place. And Comey said yesterday on Chris Wallace's show on Fox, he said, "Well, we were wrong, but the information was good." Well, you know what they call that in the real world when you get an indictment, when you don't follow the law to get a warrant, it's inadmissible evidence. And so how much of the evidence that was used from wiretaps and stuff in this whole impeachment investigation is inadmissible? I don't even know where to begin with that. It's a huge amount of evidence that was gathered based on inadmissible wiretaps. It's
Is that why
secondary.
the numbers in favor of Trump are ticking upwards? Because people are seeing how when this comes out, that how can you continue on? Even the basic person who doesn't like Trump has got to say, no, this ain't right.
Well, we discussed this Friday when we were in here, and that there were several Democrats who are coming out now in the House and saying they don't think they can vote for this. People that a month ago were saying we will vote for this, they're coming out now because they're looking at it from the realistic side. You have Jeff Van Drew, who's a Democrat congressman from New Jersey. He comes out this weekend and says he's switching parties.
Now, there's
Because-
argument there because supposedly his poll numbers are low.
Well,
but back
it
in
is.
September,
It
he was
is,
saying
but
it too.
I think this is going to be a trend because he's been one of the guys sitting on the fence about impeachment, but the New Jersey Democrat Party wants them all favoring impeachment, and he's been sitting on the fence saying he wants to see the evidence, and now they're saying, okay, well, we will primary you, and that's from people like AOC saying she will sponsor the primary, the person to run against him in the primary, and he says, okay, well, Trump won this district 4 years ago, I'll switch parties. You've already had Justin Amish, who's a Republican from Michigan. He's been a Republican for 10 years. He switched parties because his state is turning blue, and he knows it, and he can't do anything about it. He says it's because I don't like where Trump's leading us. But he was campaigning bigger than life for Trump 4 years ago, but he switched his party. Why? And we talked about this Friday, too, because most politicians don't give a flip about you. They don't give a flip about what they're doing. They just want to keep their job. It's the whole reason Pelosi didn't start off, because believe me, everybody in San Francisco that she represents, they want impeachment. Her district wants impeachment, but she was very non-committal because she knew she had a real chance of losing her job as Speaker of the House if she jumped on board the impeachment train.
Bill, based on your experience in this field, looking at Pelosi and the people who have been there long-term players, do you recall them ever being somewhat normal? Whereas once they realized they're in, they got the hook into their seat and their position, then they start doing the crazy stuff. And I would compare it to somebody new coming in, and if they're not on a special committee because they have to earn so much money for the party, and until they start earning money, they get positions of power. Do you see Pelosi and those other people that came in normal, or they've always been deranged?
I think at first some of them were, most of them were, but within 4 years, if they stay in Congress after 4 years, they're usually off that normal train by then, if they were on it at all.
All right, everybody, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll continue on 866-89-LOGIC. See you on the other side. Aaron's Gun Shop and High Cap Adventures. If you've decided to carry a handgun for self-defense, you better know what you're doing. If you don't, you better learn fast. Not only fast, but thoroughly. Aaron's Gun Shop and High Cap Adventures fills the void between a Johnny wannabe and a person who has been properly trained in the proper handling and use of a firearm. Call me, Matt Petros, at 254-697-4721 or email me at aaronsgunshop@gmail.com and set up a class or seminar to get you started on the road to proficiency with a firearm for self-defense. Go to our website, aaronsgunshop.com, and review the High Cap Adventures page. We have seminars to cover most forms of firearms training. Call 254-697-4721 or email me at aaronsgunshop@gmail.com to get more information on how to get started with your training. The time for games is over. Reality starts now. aaronsgunshop.com.
Divorce attorney Ed Laughlin. Is your marriage on the rocks? Have you been wanting to get a divorce but just haven't found an attorney that you can afford? Well, your search for an affordable attorney is finally over. I'm attorney Ed Laughlin, and I've been helping Texans get fast, inexpensive, hassle-free divorces for 25 years. I offer reasonable fees and always allow my clients to pay out their fees in payments that they can afford. Call me today at 773-8399 or toll-free 1-800-492-2589 to schedule a free confidential appointment to get started. The first visit is always free.
What are you waiting for? Call Ed Laughlin today at 1-800-492-2589 or visit Ed's website at edlaughlin.com. That's 1-800-492-2589 or online at edlaughlin.com. That's 1-800-492-2589. Let Ed help you with all your legal needs. You'll feel a whole lot better. See Ed's ad in Names and Numbers.
Hey, y'all, Jeff Foxworthy here. Now, if you've ever found yourself repeating the same thing over and over for 75 years, you might be Smokey Bear.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
That's why I'm filling in for Smokey to switch things up, because there's a lot more to say. And I should know because my grandfather was a firefighter. And one of the things he taught me is that the people that love the outdoors the most are often the ones accidentally starting wildfires, which means always BYOB. No, bring your own bucket to the campfire. And be extra careful with things like burning yard trimmings. Don't just walk away, or chances are you might be starting a wildfire. So for the love of the outdoors, go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Gather round and I will tell the story of a Christmas bell who used to shine and shine and ring.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to Logic Nation. Today is December 16, 2019. Matt, your host here. Susan Sturl, Bill Whitmire, Republican Chair of Milam County. Shane Currington with us. We'll have Mac the Mechanic coming in next hour. A whole bunch more to go on. So give us a call at 866-89-LOGIC. Stream us live at logicnation.us. Social media is at Facebook at Logic Nation Radio and YouTube at youtube.com/Logic Nation Radio. Now, Bill, we were talking about what we're going to be talking about, and we had touched on Jeff Van Drew. So we're going to discuss that a little bit further. I had a clip of him from September, and he was talking about it way back then that he wasn't into it. And now he's for sure switching parties. Some people would say it's his poll numbers or the explanation that you had gave.
Well, it's primary poll numbers because he's looking at being primaried. You know, AOC and a lot of these ultra-liberal progressives, really socialists, are talking about primarying these moderate Democrats, and he's one of them. He was identified early on because he's very close to her district there in New York, and so You know, when you've got 60 to 65% of Democrats saying they're going to vote against you in a district that was, by the way, won by Donald Trump during the election. You know, it's a fairly moderate, just right of center district, and he's won because he's been a fairly moderate Democrat, and he can get that Democrat vote, and a lot of those moderate Republicans will vote for him. And he does a good job for the district. But now you've got these Democrats saying, "Well, we'll primary you. You know, we'll make sure we get enough people out to primary you." He won't even make it to November to get that moderate Republican vote. So in his eyes, it's better for him to switch parties, go with the Republicans, get the Republican vote. And the Republicans in that area in New Jersey are all for it. They're like, come on over, man. We
but
got
if he's
room
doing
for
that
you.
for a survival tactic, do you think it has any
when his district
does it have any effect on others who might say, I'll take advantage of this and
Yeah.
say he's doing it, I'll do it too?
I think we talked Friday about Barbara Lawrence, who's a Democrat representative from Michigan, and she's come out and said that she doesn't support impeachment. And over the weekend, there was a lot of folks in her district that were calling for her to be primaried. So yeah, I think you're going to see that. I think you're going to see some Democrats that are not sold on the whole impeachment deal. Number one, number two, they know if they vote for impeachment and it goes through the Senate, and then it gets, which it more than likely will not be upheld in the Senate, and then that comes back on them as voting to waste all this time, effort, and money on something that people in their district are, 50-50 or maybe leaning against to begin with. And so I think you will see a lot of moderate Democrats either sit on the fence and just not vote for impeachment, or they might reluctantly vote for impeachment or switch parties.
What's your gut tell you at this particular moment, based on everything that's at play with these guys, Schiff and Comey saying it was wrong, it was a mistake, it wasn't good information, I wouldn't have said this stuff, with Drew switching over with the things that you just said, and we only need, I think it was 16 or 17 to turn over. What do you think? They're going to vote this week. Is there a chance?
Yeah, I think they're going to rush the vote now. I think they were comfortable with voting towards the end of the week, and they still might. But I think if you're sitting in that robe room there in the House, in the Democratic robe room, and you're sitting there with all those people, they're pushing it now. They're like, we need to vote on this within the next 24 to 48 hours.
I don't understand the mindset. Follow me on this. You got the Democrats who are pushing impeachment, and they know it's not going to go through the Senate. They know it's not going to happen. Now you got people talking. You got all this information coming out. You would think that even the way they are, they made their point, but to save their neck, they would put the brakes on and say, we'll stop. We made our point. We'll get them on the next go-around.
You've got about a third of the Democrats right now that are just hardcore. They believe it all, and their districts believe it all. These are Democrats that are way to the left, and they're winning re-election by 60 and 70%. They don't care. They're going to go hog wild for it. You got about another third of them that will go ahead and do it because they don't like Donald Trump, and they believe enough in their ability to get reelected in their district, and they're not worried about getting, not worried about losing elections. So there's 2/3 of your Democrat Party. Then you've got another probably third that is more than half of them will probably vote, but they're really looking at everything, and another half of that third that are sitting on the fence, and they're like, man, I'm a Democrat and I should do this, but I don't feel comfortable with this for whatever reason, for re-election.
That's an oxymoron. I'm a Democrat and I should do this, but I don't feel good about it. And they're being politicians.
Exactly. They're all politicians.
Well, they're politicians.
There's no right and wrong.
They are politicians, Yeah. That's how politicians work.
What did Crockett say?
Staying in office.
You didn't go to hell. I'm going to Texas. Yeah. I mean, it is what. Look, there are people. You asked me. I don't know that we were synced up or whatever, but you'd asked me before. How do these people get there? Do they really believe this when they get there? And I would say that a majority of the folks that run for office, they run with an idealism in their head of what serving in office should be. And within that first or second term, if they last that long, they turn off that road and they either leave Congress or they become a politician. And, you look at whether you agree with them or not, somebody like Jason Chaffetz, who came into Washington with a great deal of hoopla and really felt like he was going to be able to do something. And he left because he just realized it's just, he gets reelected for his fifth term, and within 2 or 3 months, he's just tired of it all, and he leaves. Joe Scarborough, who now, 20 years later, has kind of become more of a liberal than a conservative or a moderate. But he goes to Congress for 6 years and realizes it cost him his marriage, it cost him his relationship with his kids and everything else, and he didn't like the people that were there. He didn't want to be a politician, and he left. You get somebody that's another one is there are some that do stay longer, but they do leave because they get tired of it. Somebody like Paul Ryan, who was able to serve and do a lot of good things, and then was in charge of House Ways and Means, and almost got us back to a place where we had a balanced budget pre 9/11. We had a balanced budget pre 9/11 because of Kasich, and then Ryan took over that same committee after Kasich after Kasich retired from Congress. Ryan takes over that, and he's able to kind of continue that until 9/11, and then the whole world changed.
The whole world changed.
And once he became Speaker of the House, I think when he ran for Vice President with Romney, and then he took over as Speaker of the House and realized, I don't like this, and he leaves. And I think there are those guys and girls that do leave Congress because they get there and they realize, man, what a cesspool, what an absolute. You've got to completely give up I mean, those politicians that can hold to their beliefs and their values are few, because what happens? They get that campaign finance account, they open it, and they spend every bit between campaigns cozying up to PACs, getting people to donate money because they never have to close that campaign account, and that becomes their overriding factor as to why they're there and what they're doing for business. It's one of the things I propose every 2 years to the state Republican Party is that we make people close their campaign accounts 90 days after a campaign, whether they win election or not. They have to close that campaign account, and that keeps them from raising money because every year during the campaign, you're controlled. You can only give $2,400 per candidate. But because they keep their campaign counts open, that off year that they're not running for re-election, everybody can give them $2,400. And so that's why you have politicians that run around, House of Representatives members that have to run for re-election every 2 years. They come up for re-election, they've got $900,000 sitting in a re-election campaign. And let's say Matt Betros wants to run for that office. He has to start from fresh with no money in a war chest, and he's going to go up against.
Well, that's nothing new. I can do that. I'm used to that.
But that's how they keep their office. And there are people that run for office. They get in there. They're good people, and they leave because they can't stand being there because it stinks.
I've got a personal question, personal opinion. I want to see what you think. When you look at these people who've been there, do they look pale and pasty and void of a soul because they're always in the buildings with no sunshine, or is it literally, man, you lost your soul? What do you think?
Some. I tell you, the ones that lose their soul more are those staffers that have been there for 20 or 25 years and just working for a government retirement pay, and they don't care at all. Those are the ones that are soulless, because if they had an actual soul, they wouldn't be there for 20 or 25 years just to get a retirement. And that's at the State House, too. You go down to the State House, and you have these kids that come out of college, and they go to work for these state reps and these state senators, and then 30 years later, they're still there waiting for their retirement, and that's the only reason they're still in Austin, is for a retirement. That's where our system, to me, those are some of the biggest culprits out there, because those are the ones that are behind the scenes. When their guy retires or their guy moves on or their guy loses election, they just jump ship and get a job with another one.
Yep. All right, everybody, we're fixing to take a break. Well, we're taking a break, and we'll be back on the other side. Give us a call, 866-89-LOGIC, 866-895-6442. Stream us live at logicnation.us. Social media at Facebook at Logic Nation Radio, and YouTube at youtube.com/Logic Nation Radio. See you on the other side.
DWI and criminal defense attorney Ed Laughlin.
Just because you or a loved one has been pulled over or arrested for DWI does not mean you're guilty of DWI. I'm attorney Ed Laughlin, and to be arrested and charged with DWI, the officer has to only have probable cause that you're intoxicated. It's only the officer's opinion. However, to be convicted of DWI, your guilt must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, which is a much stricter burden. If you have been arrested for DWI or any other offense and want an attorney who will rigorously defend you, call me at 1-800-492-2589 or log on to my website at edlaughlin.com. Over the past 25 years as an attorney, I've been both a prosecutor and now a defense attorney. You need an experienced attorney who will work hard to get you the justice that you deserve.
What are you waiting for? Call Ed now at 1-800-492-2589 to schedule a free confidential appointment or visit Ed's website at edlaughlin.com. First visit is always free. You're going to feel a whole lot better. See Ed's ad in Names and Numbers.
Sweet strawberry icing. You were strolling along in goodwill when just past that mid-century side table and denim jacket you spotted them, nestled in their display case. Miniature donut earrings. Oh, yes! Yes! Your favorite half-breakfast pastry, half-all-day dessert food, made into your favorite form of ear candy. Oh, my. Those bejeweled sprinkles have satisfied some unknown hunger within you. Shh. Do you smell that? That's the sugary scent of shopping success. For this is Goodwill. And with every item you buy, you fund local job training and more. So go forth. Bring home those donut earrings. And bring home so much good to your community. Goodwill. Bring good home. Brought to you by Goodwill and the Ad Council.
Hey, y'all, Jeff Fox here. Now, if you've ever found yourself repeating the same thing over and over for 75 years, you might be Smokey Bear.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
That's why I'm filling in for Smokey to switch things up, because there's a lot more to say. And I should know because my grandfather was a firefighter. And one of the things he taught me is that the people that love the outdoors the most are often the ones accidentally starting wildfires, which means always BYOB. No, bring your own bucket to the campfire. And be extra careful with things like burning yard trimmings. Don't just walk away, or chances are you might be starting a wildfire. So for the love of the outdoors, go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council. Hey, y'all, Jeff Foxworthy here. Now, if you've ever found yourself repeating the same thing over and over for 75 years, you might be Smokey Bear.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
That's why I'm filling in for Smokey to switch things up, because there's a lot more to say. And I should know because I was a firefighter. And one of the things he taught me is that the people that love the outdoors the most are often the ones accidentally starting wildfires, which means always BYOB. No, bring your own bucket to the campfire. And be extra careful with things like burning yard trimmings. Don't just walk away, or chances are you might be starting a wildfire. So for the love of the outdoors, go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And welcome back, everybody, to Logic Nation, December 16, 2019. Matt, your host here. My gosh, how many days? 9 days till Christmas? You ready, Bill? You got your tree up? Got your lights up? Presents
Dude,
on
man,
your
I
tree?
got trees up, stockings up. I got everything.
How about lights on the roof?
No.
You
I just got a new roof. I'm not going to mess it up yet, although...
You got Frosty up there by the chimney?
the nurse wants me to, but I haven't done it yet.
There comes a limit to what a guy can do, okay?
Well, I'll probably end up doing it this weekend. I have a feeling.
Okay, everybody, give us a call, 866-89-LOGIC.
My mom lives next to me, too, so I got to, get it both sides.
866-895-6442. Before I go any further, I want to do my devotional. I've been very blessed to be able to do devotionals on a daily basis, Monday through Friday, to a long list of people, and I've been doing it for many years, and I've had the opportunity to do it here. Thank you, good Lord, and I'm going to continue on. So if it makes you squirm or if you don't like it, stick your fingers in your ear, turn the volume down for about 60 seconds, and I'll be through. Today's devotional reads, Good morning. Reconcile It's a verb. Restore friendly relations between. And here's an example. She wanted to be reconciled with her father. Next one is cause to coexist in harmony. Make or show to be compatible. Do we really want to be angry with someone, especially a friend or a family member? To reconcile, we must have had good relations before the need to reconcile. It's not worth the misery, headache, or heartache to stay angry or upset with whoever it is we need to reconcile with, although we have a tendency to stay in that zone. It's very important in God's eyes for us to reconcile with each other. And I get this from Matthew chapter 5, verses 23 and 24. Therefore, if you are presenting your offering at the altar, and there remember that your brother has something against you, leave your offering there before the altar and go. First be reconciled to your brother, and then come and present your offering. And I close by saying, it may not be to our nature to reconcile easily. I know it's not for me. But we must die to ourselves and follow the teachings of Christ. At least pray about it. Have a blessed day. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Do with it what you wish. Plant the seed. Let the good Lord do the watering. Don't cram it down anybody's throat. Take your fingers out of your ears and raise the volume. And let's do our quotes. If you can tell me who the author of these quotes are, give us a call at 866-89-LOGIC and you win a prize. Quote number 1. One man with courage makes a majority. 2. The people are the government, administering it by their agents. They are the government, the sovereign power. 3. Take time to deliberate, but when the time for action arrives, stop thinking and go in. Susan, we talked about that last week. 4. As long as our government is administered for the good of the people and is regulated by their will, as long as it secures to us the rights of persons and of property, liberty of conscience and of the press, it will be worth defending. 5. I have always been afraid of banks. And 6. You must pay the price if you wish to secure the blessing. You can give me a call, 866-89-LOGIC. Tell me who that was from. You get yourself a prize. We'll figure something out here. December 16, 2019. Matt here. I got Bill Whitmire, Republican Chair of Milam County. Bill, you're the show host of Bleacher Bum podcast, right?
Yep.
Tell
Once we
everybody.
started, it's a podcast we do. It's local Central Texas sports plus the sports we really like here in Central Texas. NCAA football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, college baseball, a lot of high school sports. None of that stuff you don't like. There's no figure skating. Might be some curling because, curling, there's a lot of guys.
Hammer curls.
Big guys. No. Curling on the ice, man.
Oh.
Not
Okay.
working out, man. Come on, look at us. Do you think any of the guys on the show? You think any of them? Well, maybe.
I was talking 12-ounce curls, man.
We're talking, the stones that you roll across the ice.
All right,
Curling,
okay,
sport,
all right.
So.
Okay.
Today's 16th. Just want to shout out. Sometimes he listens, sometimes he doesn't. But it's my dad's birthday today. So
All right, way to go.
Dad.
Good deal. Happy birthday. Give us a call, 866-89-LOGIC. Do I have a winner?
Nope.
Not yet?
Nope.
Who was it,
John
though?
called and he answered wrong.
All right.
And he wanted to know the answer, and I wouldn't tell him.
Very good.
I said,
Google's out there. Figure it out. I'll read them again in a little bit. All right. I had a couple other things on my list here. We had the New York County clerk sounds the alarm about the New York new law giving driver's licenses out to illegal aliens. Did I say
so
that
they
wrong?
can vote.
That's right. They're able to vote. They get blended into the system. You can't find them as easily, although you want to say, yeah, you can because they got a driver's license, but they kind of blend in. They become, who's going to question them if you start whipping out a driver's license, right? Also, we've got the quotes here. I want you to give me a call on the quotes, 866-89-LOGIC. If you can tell me who it was, you get a nice prize. Now, Bill, let's hit some of these stories. I got a whole bunch of stuff here, man.
Okay.
Obviously, let's recap on it. Do you think, I asked this last break, do you think in your gut it's going to pass for impeachment? They're going to vote for impeachment?
Out of the House?
Out of the House.
Yeah, they'll pass it out of the House. I'm pretty certain.
Even with all this talk we're having about potential people, they only need 16 to flip, and there's already some divide, and you're saying they're rushing the vote because of that reason, maybe?
Well, here's the thing. you can't count on them not voting it out. If you're in the Senate right now, you got to count on them voting it out of the House. I think it's probably 90% certain that they'll vote it out of the House. So if you're sitting there and you're a senator or you're on some senator's staff right now, you just got to go ahead and count on that and start preparing for an impeachment. You know, I mean, Schumer's office is already preparing. They've already sent up letters for. He's already sent up various letters for people that he wants to subpoena. You know, and he's got to run those. That's the funny part is he's got to run those through McConnell's office.
Yeah. Okay.
You know,
We'll see what happens, right?
And it's a pretty drawn out process though, but because he's already done that, and I think that's more for show because the first thing that happens is after impeachment is passed out of the House, Schumer and McConnell and Justice Roberts, John Roberts, who will be the judge for the case, Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court, they have to sit together and come out with an exact format on how to do this. You know, then they have to vote in the Senate, just a simple majority vote to go through with a trial. So if it takes too long coming out of the House, and that's part of the reason why the House wants to rush it, there are senators that are sitting on the fence right now that could vote for a trial that might not want to vote for a trial, that are up for re-election, be them Democrats or Republicans up for re-election here this next year. They may not want to vote on a trial. So, you just...
Quick range automotive.
It's a pretty difficult process.
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a minute.
Nation, we often encourage you to be logical. Now, I've got 2 more great words to live by. Get supplied. With Studio L as a center point, Smith Supply will provide you with everything to clean anything and deliver it on time within 150 miles. That means we can deliver cleaning supplies to any facility, any business, including hotels and motels, even industries and factories, anywhere in the Killeen, Temple, Fort Hood Metro, Waco, and Austin. No matter where you are, we can ship to your order. We also provide janitorial services and building maintenance in some areas, and our Temple showroom and our online catalog are open to the public. We're here to save you money and get your supplies to you on time, every time. So, get supplied. Since 1961, we're Smith Supply, 254-773-3592, and online at smithsupply.com.
Art Coons, the owner of A&C Firearms in Heidenhammer, Texas, is an avid gun enthusiast and enjoys helping all of his customers to find the gun that's perfect for them. With a large selection of pistols, rifles, and shotguns, finding the right gun becomes easy. Go to A&C Firearms, located at 5819 U.S. Highway 190 in Heidenhammer, or call them 254-983-4417. Pistols, rifles, shotguns, ammo, knives, and a whole lot more. A&C Firearms, 254-983-4417.
Bankruptcy attorney Ed Laughlin.
I really hate to see families suffer, especially when there's something they can do. If you have too many bills to pay, the truth is that filing bankruptcy may be the best thing you ever do. I'm not just saying it, let me prove it to you. That's why I offer a free initial consultation. Call me, because you shouldn't just have to sit there and worry.
Call 1-800-492-2589. The phone call is free, and so is the appointment. You're going to feel a whole lot better.
Gather round and I will tell the story of a Christmas bell who used to shine and shine and ring, and why they call him Ding-a-ling. One of the famous jingle bells is what he was, but then he fell and broke his pretty harmony, and he began to ring off key. Now they call him Ding-a-ling because he has a funny ring and doesn't hear his note too well.
That new intro music's just kind of distracting, isn't it?
I'm losing track here. This is new board. I got a new toy. I don't know how to play with it yet, okay? Even though it's automated.
We're not used to these songs, and we're used to the driving hard rock, and then all of a sudden I'm like, I wonder if that's intro music.
Yeah, like I'm beat red from, like, oh my gosh, I can't believe this. All right, Rick, stand by. Let me figure out where I'm at on this board here. And it's going to be better. Honestly, it's going to be better in a day or so. I just got to read
the bugs out right
I'm probably 90% dyslexic, and I'm looking at all these numbers, and they're just jumbled up, so I'm trying to find out where I'm at. Okay, let me see if there's any music playing. Oh, it's quiet. We're good. Okay.
We're actually on the air.
All right, Rick, we're going to get you on the air here, buddy. I think I know how to do that still. And we're going to see if you got the winner of the quotes. Rick, welcome to the show. Thanks for listening. And what do you think? Who do you think it is?
It's Andrew Jackson. How y'all doing on such a fine day?
Oh, we're doing good, buddy. We're doing good. Minor details over here. How'd you know it was Andrew Jackson? What gave it away?
One about the bank. He didn't like banks, and
That's
the,
right.
the last one was you got to pay the price if you want to secure the success.
Yeah, that's the one about the banks is a big thing. I think he was totally against central banks.
Yeah. He shut down the central bank, didn't he? I think he did.
Now, you must pay a price if you wish to secure the blessings. I've heard a few
Yeah.
people say something like that. And
Yeah,
also,
that's the one.
and then the other one I thought was a giveaway was the one about take time to be deliberate, but when the time for action arrives, stop thinking about it and go in. Because he was a battle type of guy.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, now let's talk big business here. What do you want, Rick? I've got $5 off candy and more. I got
You give the $5 off to that $5 off to somebody. I'm in Houston and I'm headed back to Kentucky.
all right, buddy. I appreciate you listening. You got any comments on what's going on with impeachment?
Yeah, this never going to work. They're going to lose the House. We're going to gain seats in the Senate. They're going to lose the House, and Trump's going to be reelected.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'd vote for you for office. How's that?
For me?
Yeah, sure.
They wouldn't vote me in.
You never know, man. Rick, I appreciate you listening. Thanks for your call. Be careful out there on the road, all right?
All right, later, man.
All right, take care.
Bye.
There you go.
Yeah.
Andrew Jackson. He's the winner.
Rick brings up a good point. I mean, I think as we go through, especially after this last weekend with everything that happened, and you're starting to see people kind of defect from that impeachment cause, even if they do push it through the House, it goes to the Senate, and it's overturned in the Senate. Matt, I think you really start to see some of these, especially. I just think it turns on top of its head the whole voting philosophies. A month ago we seemed pretty firm with where we were going to be for everybody's voting language, everybody's election speeches and their stump speeches, and where everybody was going to be lined up on the issues. And in this last month, everything's changed so much. It's hard to get a read. I mean, you're ultra right wing, you're ultra left wing. You know where they're going to be,
Right.
But those moderates on both sides of the party,
what keeps them?
Their
that way?
language has really kind of changed because the voting public, not the public in general, the voting public is the ones that really keep track of what's going on. And now they're seeing Comey's come out and said, well, yeah, we screwed this up, but what we were trying to do is right. No, it's not.
No.
If you don't do it correctly, you don't do it legally, it's not right.
I'll tell you what,
People are seeing that, and I think Rick makes a good point. It could really change what everybody thought was going to happen in this election.
Since you brought Comey up, I was going to do Schiff, but since you brought him up, let me read a couple things here. Comey says he was wrong about the FBI surveillance abuse, but downplays his own role in the bungled case. James Comey admitted Sunday that he was wrong about the FBI's handling of the surveillance warrants against Carter Page, who the former FBI director acknowledged was treated unfairly by having his name leaked to the press as a suspected Russian agent. It continues on where there's all these other different documents that come into play that should not have been used. So when you admit to being wrong and you shouldn't have done this or that, how do you continue on with the rest of the impeachment when these come into play?
I think for them, it's a case of they've already gone too far. They can't. There's no way for them to back up. There's no way for them to get out of it. They're already in that. For the Democrats that want the impeachment, they're at that point of no return. For the ones that are moderate and they're not completely sold on it, they're still at that point where they say, "Oh, we're not buying this."
So it's like too big to fail.
That's what I mean. This whole thing is up in the air now. Re-election and all that comes into it.
Now.
Yeah,
they can't not lie anymore.
Yeah.
All right, everybody, we'll take a break. We come back. We'll continue on with the hour. See you on the other side. 866-89-LOGIC.
Language is less convincing than probably.
Are you sure we should get matching tattoos on our first date?
Sure. We'll probably stay together.
Probably? It's been 23 minutes since I ate.
I can probably swim.
You should wait 30 minutes.
Okay, now tell me what to do. Cannonball! Cramp! Oh, I have a cramp. I can probably hit the green from here. Probably. Can I get a mulligan? Ready to go?
Hey, are you sure you're okay to drive?
Yeah, I'm pretty sober. Yeah, I'm probably okay. Probably okay isn't okay, especially when it comes to drinking and driving. If you're drinking, call a cab, a car, or a friend. Buzzed driving is drunk driving. A message brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
All right, everybody in the car. Let's go.
What are we gonna do first when we get there, Mom? Go for a hike?
Sure, if you want.
What about canoeing? Can we go canoeing too?
I don't see why.
What about a bike ride? No, I want to fish.
Okay.
I've never been fishing.
Honey, we can do it all.
How long does it take to get to the forest?
It's not.
Is it gonna be long?
No, sweetie.
I bet it takes forever.
It's not that far.
Are we there yet?
Yep, we're here.
Already? No way. Come on.
It's a short drive from your neighborhood to your naturehood. Visit discovertheforest.org to find a neighborhood park or green space near you. Also, find fun activities to do like boating and biking or camping and hiking, plus much more. It's all right in your naturehood. A public service announcement brought to you by the Ad Council and the U.S. Forest Service.
No word in the English language is less convincing than probably.
Are you sure we should get matching tattoos on our first date?
Sure. We'll probably stay together.
Probably? It's been 23 minutes since I ate. I can probably swim.
You should wait 30 minutes.
Okay, now tell me what to do. Cannonball! Cramp! Oh, I have a cramp. I can probably hit the green from here. Probably. Can I get a mulligan? Ready to go?
Hey, are you sure you're okay to drive?
Yeah, I'm pretty sober. Yeah, I'm probably okay.
Probably okay isn't okay, especially when it comes to drinking and driving. If you're drinking, call a cab, a car, or a friend. Buzzed driving is drunk driving. A message brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Gather round and I will tell the story.
Get your cocoa and cookies ready.
It's the softer side of Matt Beatrice.
Keep that in a dark closet, man. December 16th, 2019. Matt, your host here with Susan Sturrell, Republican Chair of Milam County, Bill Whitmire. I got Shane Currington in the back there. He's doing his techno stuff. Shane, come on back in here. If you want to be on the show, give us a call, 866-89-LOGIC, 866-895-6442. Stream us live at logicnation.us. Facebook at Logic Nation Radio. Susan, how many more we need for 4,000?
Wait, for follows, we need 15.
And what else?
Well, over 4,000.
All right, so everybody
We need
just
about 85 to get the number of likes over 4,000.
stop your life right now, pull over, get to your smart device, and like us at Facebook at Logic Nation Radio. Subscribe to the channel at youtube.com/Logic Nation Radio. And check out all the videos, memes, the articles that are on there. Lots of good information, okay? Now, I got a few minutes left here. We were finishing up. We were talking about Comey. I've got one here talking about Schiff, how he's changing his tune. I had no idea FBI was committing serious abuses when I said all that stuff. If you didn't realize, and now you do realize, shouldn't you put the brakes on everything to make sure everything is going the way it should be going? Or do you just continue on with the false narrative? What do you think, Bill? Shouldn't he stop?
Yeah. I mean, here's the thing is somebody said yesterday he's the head of the Senate or the House Intel Committee, not the House Judiciary Committee. Guess what? He's a lawyer. He's a lawyer. This is basic law. I'm not a lawyer. I grew up in a family of lawyers. I mean, I can't throw a dead cat at a family reunion without hitting about 4 lawyers, okay? But I even know that unless you know that evidence is locked down solid, you don't build your case on it. And he built his case on it. But Like I said at the beginning, and I don't know that this actually, because we had some issues right up front, but Adam Schiff, his whole career has been that guy that's got to be the guy that knows. He's the one, he wants to be the go-to guy. I'm the guy that knows. That's why now they're saying, well, you met with the whistleblower, which it did. He did. There are logs that show that he did, but he says, oh, no, I didn't. And it was 2 days after he met with him that he became a whistleblower.
That's right.
You know, and this is a guy who has ties back to countless super liberal politicians all over the board.
All right, look, he had an interview with Chris Wallace on Fox News, and Chris asks him, given what you know now, are you willing to admit that you were wrong in your defense of the FBI's FISA process? And to which Schiff replied, I'm certainly willing to admit that the Inspector General found serious abuses at FISA, but that I was unaware of.
Yeah.
Is that a legal spin on saying, well, maybe, surely, but it's not me that's got the problem?
Yeah, that's moonwalking a la Michael Jackson right there around the subject so that you don't have to answer the question. You're answering the question without really saying, I was wrong. And that's what he's doing. That's what Schiff is doing, Schiff is wrong as well. But he's not going to admit it either.
All right, I got AJ on the line. AJ, we're going to be doing a top of the hour break in about a minute and a half, so let me get you on real quick and see what you got to say here, partner. Thanks for listening. Thanks for calling. What's on your mind, AJ?
Hey, big timers, real quick. Hey, both of them people, they need their butts whooped. Them so-called reporters, Chris
Wallace.
and I call them, meet the idiots. They need their butts whooped because, Chris asked some questions, but he let him get away with the easy answers. They were softball questions. And, it's just, ain't nothing else to say about these idiots, man. They just, Joe Biden gets away with murder. Son gets away with murder, and the media just sits back, and you can't bring it up. But, it's just a joke what we watching. But let them go on and do that crap Wednesday, and the American people will let them know about it.
Well, AJ, we're going to be basically doing impeachment, so we're in the next phase. If it does go through and a miracle doesn't happen, maybe the miracle is it does go to the Senate. I don't know. But either way, we basically know what's going to happen. If it doesn't go, we know how to handle it. If it does go, we know how to handle it. We just need to move on and see what happens in 2020 because I think it's going to be a red wave.
I know, because I'm sick and tired. President Trump got this country running, man, and the division came from Barack Obama. Ever since that guy showed up on our platform, the country and the world has never been the same. I don't care what nobody say.
Well, I agree
and all this right here goes straight to Obama as well. Don't tell me he didn't know nothing about what was going on. Sending Biden over there to do the dirty work. And the media they makes me sick. Oh, man. Yeah. Man, y'all go ahead, have a great morning, and get ready for a great, great Merry Christmas.
You too, AJ. Thanks for the call. We'll hope to hear it from you soon, and we're just about to take a break, so good timing. All right, that was AJ. We're going to be taking a break here, top of the hour news break, and when we come back, we'll continue on. We'll probably have Mac, the mechanic, coming in later in the 9 o'clock hour. We'll be talking with Bill Whitmire, Republican chair of Milam County, and all sorts of good stuff. Hopefully your phone calls, 866-89-LOGIC. See you on the other side.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
Some knowledge belongs to us and us alone. The way our girlfriends walk, the way they talk, the way they touch their hair, We hold details that only a sister can know about her girls. But what about our other girls? The ones that we carry with us every day. Can we describe them when everything's right? Can we feel when something's wrong? Our bond with our sister girls gives life. But knowing your breasts can save it. Go to knowyourgirls.org for the facts you need on breast health. That's knowyourgirls.org. Brought to you by Susan G. Coleman and the Ad Council.
But baby, it's cold outside. But baby, it's cold outside. Been hoping that you drop in. I'll hold your hands, they're just like ice. Beautiful, what's your listen to the fireplace roar. Beautiful, please don't hurry. Put some records on while I pour. Baby, it's bad out there. No cabs to be had out there. Your eyes are like starlight now. I'll take your hat, your hair looks swell. Mind if I move in close? What's the sense of hurting my pride? Well, baby, don't hold out. Baby, it's cold outside. But baby, it's cold outside. But baby, it's cold outside. How lucky that you dropped in. Look out the window at the storm. Gosh, your lips look delicious. Waves upon the tropical shore. Gosh, your lips are delicious. Never such a blizzard before. But baby, you'd freeze out there. It's up to your knees out there. I thrill when you touch my hair. How can you do this thing to me? Think of my lifelong sorrow. If you got pneumonia and die, get over that old doubt. Baby, it's cold. Baby, it's cold outside. What child is this who laid to rest on Mary's lap is sleeping, whom angels greet with voices sweet, while shepherds watch are keeping? This is Christ the King, whom shepherds guard and angels sing. Haste, haste to bring him praise, the Son, the babe of Mary. So bring him incense, gold, and myrrh. Come, peasant king, to praise him, the King of kings
Christ is born, the babe, the Son of Mary.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
And welcome back, everybody, to Logic Nation, December 16th, 2019. Matt, your host here. I'm with Susan Sturl, the pusher of pain. I got Shane Currington, the bringer of kolaches. I'll give you a higher title, the titan of tech. And I got Bill Whitmire, Republican chair of Milam County. I think he's enjoying the kolaches brought from Shane himself, so enjoy. All right, if you want to be on the show, give us a call, 866-89-LOGIC, 866-895-6442. Stream us live at logicnation.us. Social medias at Facebook at Logic Nation Radio and YouTube at youtube.com/Logic Nation Radio. And we're still playing music. Okay, what we're going to do is I want to hit on this other article. Damage control. Schiff insists impeachment isn't a failure as Democratic coup effort collapses. Now, Bill, he talks here. And he's talking out of both sides of his mouth. Here, let me give you a couple quotes. He says down here, Schiff's comments contradictory remarks he made this spring when he said the only thing worse than putting the country through the trauma of impeachment is putting the country through the trauma of a failed impeachment, which this is. Also, I will tell you that why I changed my mind, George, because you're right. I resisted going down this road toward impeachment, Schiff said, but it was two things. It was the discovery of the most egregious conduct to date. He wanted to go down there, and he's been wanting to go down there for 2-3 years.
Well, it's what I told you earlier. You know, the thing was it was popular back in March to say, to kind of run. Remember, Republicans were asked quite a bit during the Obama administration, shouldn't we go through impeachment? And they all said, no, this is not impeachable. It's not good for the country. And that's where the Democrats, a lot of the lead Democrats were at the beginning of the year, Adam Schiff being one of them because he's a power player being the head of the Intel Committee. And he said, no, it's not, it's not something we need to do. We don't need to do this and then have a failed impeachment and blah, blah, blah. But as public sentiment in his district, and remember, he represents the Hollywood area, Beverly Hills, Malibu area, as that public sentiment, and you had famous people come out and say, we need to get rid of this guy, blah, blah, blah. And remember, he's been trying to write screenplays forever. So if he doesn't do this, so anyway, and now he's come out and said, we've got to do this. And this is exactly what's going to happen. You're going to push this through the House. It's going to get through the House. It's going to fail in the Senate. It's going to be exactly what he said was going to happen. It has nothing to do. He said yesterday, it's our constitutional responsibility. It has nothing to do with the Constitution with this guy. Not a thing. It has everything to do with saving his seat, public policy, and furthering his career and making money for himself. That's all it has to do with.
Because when it's all said and done, he can look at the people who vote him in and say, look, I did your bidding. Yeah. I did it. You vote me back in.
Here's my screenplay. Can he make a movie now? That's all it is with Adam Schiff. That's all it is with any of these. Nancy Pelosi, we've talked about this a million times. She didn't want it at first because she felt like she had to go with it because she was going to lose her place as Speaker of the House, because she would lose enough of that hard left influence that she wouldn't be able to hold on to her speakership. They would have voted her out. And so all of these people, no one is doing this. Believe me, no one in the House is advocating impeachment for the betterment of this country. They're all doing it for one of two reasons: either to further their career, because they're still ticked off that Donald Trump beat Hillary Clinton. Those are the only two reasons anybody's pushing impeachment in the House.
So in reality, it shouldn't be us going after the elected politicians. What are we doing to go after citizens who aren't voting, citizens who aren't paying attention? Because that is what gets the people in. That's what gets the people to do what they need to do. How do we flip it around? Any ideas? Any suggestions? 866-89-LOGIC. Give us a call. Tell us what you think. What do you think, Bill? How do we change it around? Because that's what it boils down to. If you got somebody in there who's politically ambitious, they're doing a fantastic job. Yeah. They're playing it just right. They're doing what they need to do. But us people out here who aren't the politician who wants the better for the country, we say, well, they got in there somehow because the ignorant people voted them in. How do we turn it around?
You got to get people to notice what's going on, and the only way to do that is tax them. I mean, it's the only way to get people to act. What caused the revolution? What caused the Revolutionary War? Was it because people were just like, I really don't like those Brits. They talk funny. They don't play baseball, blah, blah, blah. No, it was because they were being taxed. Taxation without representation. That's what caused the revolution. You want people to act. You want people to vote. You want people to take part in the process. You got to tax them. That's the only way. And so all you can do is you say, this is our budget. This is how much tax we need this year. Everybody's got to pay that. And that means if it's 25% across the board, everybody pays 25%. Whether you make $2,500 a year or you make $2.5 million a year.
Okay, but
no deductions.
I get
if
that.
If it's 43%, and then people, guess what? People will show up and vote.
But they're not going to vote to tax themselves.
They'll vote to go get somebody to take the taxes off of them.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
That's how they're going to get out and vote.
Okay, so how do you fix that? Let's say everybody's got a like-mindedness in the sense of people who are in their seats right now, and the public says, look, we want to be voted.
Here's the question, Matt. Who votes in America?
A small percentage of people.
Yeah. Mostly people that are taxed. Or highly motivated, a lot of them being students, and younger people that are getting to vote, and people that have idealistic values. The people that generally don't vote are people that aren't touched by government. They don't need the government. They're not paying taxes. They're getting child credit taxes back. They're getting earned income credit back. They're getting their quote-unquote refund, And those are the people that don't vote. Yeah. The people that vote are the people that have some skin in the game. If you want people to vote, they got to have skin in the game.
Everybody needs to have the same percentage.
Why did we vote so much more during the 40s, 50s, and 60s? It was called the draft. And everybody paid a greater percentage of their income in taxes. We didn't have all the loopholes we have now. But because there were taxes, because there was a draft and people had skin in the game, they voted. People won't vote if they don't have skin in the game.
All right, I got Con on the line. Let's get him in before the break here. Con, you're going to have about 2.5 minutes or so. So welcome to the show. Thanks for calling. What's on your mind, Con?
Well, you ask how do we turn this around, and the answer is pretty simple. One is we need to get more freedom, liberty-loving Christians involved in the voting process, and the time to get involved is right around the corner in just 3 or 4 months or 2 or 3 months, and it's called the primary season. We need to make the changes in the primary. Don't wait for the general election. If you have Republican representatives or senators or Democrat representatives or senators and you don't like their voting record, or if you don't like their non-participation, then get rid of them. Replace them with somebody more like Matt Gaetz or Jim Jordan or John Radcliffe or Dan Crenshaw. I can name quite a few of them, but I could also name a bunch of do-nothing Republicans and Democrats. When are they going to stand up for Christianity and liberty and freedom? They better get started.
Well, you're talking about the people that we're already talking to. How do we get the ones who don't even want to listen? And Bill was saying basically, you tax them. It's the ones who are sitting there. Look, we've got a certain percentage of people. Half of them vote one way, half of them vote the other way, and there's that small middle group in the middle that we've got to worry about swaying one way or the other. But the majority of the people don't vote, and those are the ones that can make the difference in everything if we educate them. It's the question is, how do you educate those people?
Well, it's hard to turn around the I don't know and I don't care people, and there's quite a few of them out there, mostly young people. But
so
they're not going to change until they feel the pain.
So we're going to
write an old saying, there's nothing like making them feel the pain to make them see the light.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
All right, we're going to take a break. We come back. If you're welcome to stay on. We're going to take a break, come back, and we'll continue on the show. See you on the other side.
okay.
Aaron's Gun Shop and High Cap Adventures. If you've decided to carry a handgun for self-defense, you better know what you're doing. If you don't, you better learn fast. Not only fast, but thoroughly. Aaron's Gun Shop and High Cap Adventures fills the void between a Johnny wannabe and a person who has been properly trained in the proper handling and use of a firearm. Call me, Matt Petros, at 254-697-4721 or email me at aaronsgunshop@gmail.com and set up a class or seminar to get you started on the road to proficiency with a firearm for self-defense. Go to our website, aaronsgunshop.com, and review the High Cap Adventures page. We have seminars to cover most forms of firearms training. Call 254-697-4721 or email me at aaronsgunshop to get more information on how to get started with your training. The time for games is over. Reality starts now. aaronsgunshop.com.
Divorce attorney Ed Laughlin.
Is your marriage on the rocks? Have you been wanting to get a divorce but just haven't found an attorney that you can afford? Well, your search for an affordable attorney is finally over. I'm attorney Ed Laughlin, and I've been helping Texans get fast, inexpensive, hassle-free divorces for 25 years. I offer reasonable fees and always allow my clients to pay out their fees in payments that they can afford. Call me today at 773-8399 or toll-free 1-800-492-2589 to schedule a free confidential appointment to get started. The first visit is always free.
What are you waiting for? Call Ed Laughlin today at 1-800-492-2589 or visit Ed's website at edlaughlin.com. That's 1-800-492-2589 or online at edlaughlin.com. That's 1-800-492-2589. Let Ed help you with all your legal needs. You'll feel a whole lot better. See Ed's ad in Names and Numbers.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have anybody to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Welcome back, everybody, to Logic Nation.
Welcome back to the smooth sounds of Logic Nation.
Today's December 16th, 2019. Matt, your host here. I'm with Republican Chair of Milan County, Bill Whitmire. Bill, welcome to the show. We're having some interesting conversations here. Give us a call, 866-89-LOGIC, 866-895-6442. Stream us live at logicnation.us. Social media at Facebook at Logic Nation Radio and YouTube at youtube.com/Logic Nation Radio. Hey, last Friday, I had a round robin competition. It was good again, as always. Tight competition, and it was just a lot of fun. And Marcus was out there, and his wife was, or his woman was out there with him, and they were having a good time. We had a nice conversation, a lot of fun. So it's every second Friday of the month. Love to see you out there. And Sunday, I had a listener and their son come out, and I was training him, and Braxton did a fantastic job, and look forward to maybe doing something again in the future. So there's all sorts of things we can do at Aaron's Gun Shop, and we're having lots of fun. So give me an email at aaronsgunshop@gmail.com. Say hi, see what's on your mind. I'll respond back to you. But right now, give us a call at 866-89-LOGIC, and we're talking impeachment. We've got Nadler brushes off Van Drew's planned jump to the GOP. Says he's reacting to poor poll numbers. And Bill, let me give a couple of highlights on this article, but then I want you to discuss those poll numbers and
Yeah.
what he's talking about so people get an understanding of what it really means. We've got what he's reacting to is public polling that shows he can't get re-nominated, Nadler said on ABC's This Week. His electorate in his district is 24% to re-nominate him and 60% to nominate somebody else. So why don't you touch on that, Bill?
Well, that's primaries. I mean, it's what we've been talking about. You know, these guys, these Democrats, they're coming up and they're not liberal enough. And they're in districts where the Democrat group there is liberal. This is a district, Van Drew's district is a district that Trump won in 2016. He won the re-election. Van Drew did 54% of the vote. Now, when you look at the actual numbers, it's like 28% of the Democrats want him to run for re-election. They want him to be their representative, and those are probably the more moderate part of the Democrats. So with 54%, if he switches parties, which he's already doing, he switches parties, the Republicans nominate him, and he becomes the nominee from the Republican Party, and he picks up that 28% from the Democrats that would vote for him anyway, then he wins re-election there. And that's what he's looking at. The fact of the matter is the guy's been the senator, the representative there for about 10 years. And if he goes back and he seriously looks at the party there, it's one of those cases where he didn't leave the party just left him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and you've got these ultra liberals that are moving into his district out of New York City, out of that super, you know, it's the same problem you have in Williamson County right now. You have all these ultra liberals coming out of Austin, moving into Williamson County. That's why you went down from 3 state Republican representatives to just 1 in Williamson County now, and 2 Democrats. Is because all those Democrats have filtered into that Cedar Park area, up north into Williamson County. Same thing's happening in Van Drew's district, is that, you know, you're getting, instead of having that same moderate Democrat base that they've had there for a long time, you're starting to get a lot of ultra-liberal Democrats in there, and a lot of the guys that used to be those moderate Democrats are starting to realize we don't have anything in common with these chuckleheads coming out of this super liberal area. And so they're looking more now for that Republican. I had a conversation, kind of a funny conversation with my mother the other day, and I said, you know, I always thought about moving to Maine or New Hampshire. She goes, oh, that's all liberals. I said, yeah, but they're moderate liberals. They're just liberals because everybody's Democrats up there, but they're really pretty moderate when you look at their voting record. They're not like California liberals or New York City liberals. They're kind of a different animal. And she's like, well, and there's some truth there. You know, I'm not crazy about that. I mean, it's cold up there. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But there's some truth up there. There are different kind of liberals. You look at every party. When that party gets into power, like here in Texas, when the Republicans had 100 seats in the House, there wasn't 100 Republicans, and every one of them were the same. You had 20 that were super, super right-wing. You had 20 that were libertarian, part of the libertarian. They called themselves Republicans. You know, and then you had the 20 or so that were pretty moderate. You know, there are splits in the party. And right now up there are splits in that party. And I think you're going to see more people like Van Drew and Brenda Lawrence in Michigan switch parties.
All right. I got Raymond on the line, and I want to see what he's got to say. So let's put him on. Raymond, it's always a pleasure to have you listening and calling in. So what's on your mind, buddy?
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir. You know, you're a military inclined, and you was in the military, and thank you for your service. Listen, this is a question concerning the government and how we protect ourselves. You know, these countries, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, all them countries have all this money. Well, if they have all this money, why are they so stupid that they can't have a good armed forces to protect what they have there? They have to have somebody else come in there and try to show them how to shoot this and do this and whatever.
It's probably because we got contracts with them. It's probably because we got contracts with them. We make more money doing it this way.
Yeah, well, and as far as the United States is concerned, you know, I'm an old school veteran, and you back in the day veteran. You know, these younger people nowadays, how is this country going to defend themselves? You know, because the people that I see now that are growing up, you know, they're totally out of shape, man. Seriously, you know that they don't even look the part that wear a uniform and then to defend this country. F-16 pilots, that they have to be a certain stature. So if you got a person that's 300 pounds and has the knowledge to fly the plane, how is he going to fit in the damn thing? You have a good day, sir.
All right, Raymond, thank you for the call. Look, when you come to special operations, when you get Rangers, SF, Delta Force, all these elite units, very rarely are you going to lower your standard, although it does happen, and it has been happening in later times here. In general, your main populace of the body when it comes to the Army or Navy, I don't know about the Navy, maybe you can talk about it, Bill. The Army, it is a lot laxer and looser and not as dependent 100% on your physical ability. I mean, yes, it's gotten sloppy, and it worries me a lot too, but we're also coming into an age of electronics and technology and all this stuff, so things change. But your elite forces, they've got to maintain themselves, because if they don't, man, it would be a joke. You look at the opposing forces, although they may not have all the good gadgets and gizmos that we've got, they got one thing, and that is they're like from the farm boys, the people in the woods hacking lumber and hitting each other with rocks, that type of stuff. The attitude is, oh, this is nothing, this is no big deal because I've always lived like this. Whereas we're in the pretty people living in comfort, we kind of get soft. But our elite people, we got some good guys and gals in the elite forces, but the majority of it, I would tend to agree with you, Raymond. They are a little bit loose. What do you think, Bill?
Yeah, I mean, we joke about it from time to time. Here, you have first world problems. I listen to people complain all the time about things, and I'll point that out. That's a first world problem. Do you think they're worried about that in Nigeria or somewhere like that? I can only get, they only have like 3 kinds of milk at the store. In Nigeria, they're just happy if they get milk. And they don't care whether it's goat milk or what, So, I mean, we have those issues here. But I see some of what Raymond's saying. I mean, I look back when I first started flying in the Navy, and we relied on GPS, and 3 miles in an hour. If you were off 3 miles an hour, it's not a big deal. I mean, we're not GPS, but inertial systems, not GPS. We had inertial system. So if you were off a mile or two every hour of your transit, it's not a big deal. You found something, you marked on top of it, you know where it was, you'd hit the radar and fly over an island. Okay, we've reset our inertials. Mm-hmm. Now with GPS, you just boom, and you go. It's just like today, we got new software here. Last week you're hitting buttons, doing all this, making things happen. Now it's supposed to just be all automated. And so that automation does make us probably a little bit more lax. Going back to what Raymond was saying about somewhere like Saudi Arabia, I thought about that when you had the Saudi guys shoot up people in Pensacola. And that was always one of those thoughts after 9/11 when we would go on training deals with Arab countries. And I always thought about that. You see these translators, these Arab translators, Afghan translators that would turn on people and shoot them. And I got to tell you, that's always been a thought in the back of my head. I have a friend who's a civilian now. He's a retired Navy guy, but he works there in Pensacola. And he said, they've had this debate for 2 years now. What happens if this same situation happened? And then look, bam, it happens.
Bam, it happens. At least arm these guys. These guys, I read this last week.
Raymond's right. If they're making that much money, if they have that much money to buy these systems, they should be able to do training programs with their own.
Yeah, but there's got to be some type of contracts that we've got with them that we get lucrative benefit from it. There's got to be. Why else would you do this?
No, most definitely.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. See you on the other side.
DWI and criminal defense attorney Ed Laughlin.
Just because you or a loved one has been pulled over or arrested for DWI does not mean you're guilty of DWI. I'm attorney Ed Laughlin, and to be arrested and charged with DWI, the officer has to only have probable cause that you're intoxicated. It's only the officer's opinion. However, to be convicted of DWI, your guilt must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, which is a much stricter burden. If you have been arrested for DWI or any other offense and want an attorney who will rigorously defend you, call me at 1-800-492-2589 or log on to my website at edlaughlin.com. Over the past 25 years as an attorney, I've been both a prosecutor and now a defense attorney. You need an experienced attorney who will work hard to get you the justice that you deserve.
What are you waiting for? Call Ed now at 1-800-492-2589 to schedule a free confidential appointment or visit Ed's website at edlaughlin.com. First visit is always free. You're going to feel a whole lot better. See Ed's ad in Names and Numbers.
Some knowledge belongs to us and us alone. The way our girlfriends walk, the way they talk, the way they touch their hair. We hold details that only a sister can know about her girls. But what about our other girls? The ones that we carry with us every day. Can we describe them when everything's right? Can we feel when something's wrong? Our bond with our sister girls gives life. But knowing your breasts can save it. Go to knowyourgirls.org for the facts you need on breast health. That's knowyourgirls.org. Brought to you by Susan G. Coleman and the Ad Council.
Hey y'all, Jeff Foxworthy here. Now, if you've ever found yourself repeating the same thing over and over for 75 years, you might be Smokey Bear.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
That's why I'm filling in for Smokey to switch things up, because there's a lot more to say. And I should know because my grandfather was a firefighter. And one of the things he taught me is that the people that love the outdoors the most are often the ones accidentally starting wildfires, which means always BYOB. No, bring your own bucket to the campfire. And be extra careful with things like burning yard trimmings. Don't just walk away, or chances are you might be starting a wildfire. So for the love of the outdoors, go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Wake up and text. Text and eat. Text and catch the bus. Text and miss your stop. Wait. Text and be late to work. Sorry, I'm late. Text and work. Text and pretend to work. Text and act surprised when someone calls you out for not working.
Who, me?
Text and meet up with a friend you haven't seen in forever.
Hi. Oh, hey.
Text and complain that they're on their phone the whole time. Text and listen to them complain that you're on your phone the whole time. Text and whatever. But when you get behind the wheel, give your phone to a passenger. Put it in the glove box. Just don't text and drive. Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Oh, the weather outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful.
And welcome back, everybody, to Logic Nation. Today is December 16th, 2019. Matt, your host here. I'm with Republican Chair of Milam County, Bill Whitmire. Susan Sturl. Shane is running around somewhere. And if you want to be on the show, give us a call, 866-89-LOGIC. Stream us live at logicnation.us. Social media at Facebook at Logic Nation Radio, and YouTube at youtube.com/Logic Nation Radio. I'll tell you what, I got Con back on the line. Let me get him real quick. He may be wanting to finish up what he was talking about before. So, Con, thanks again for calling. What's on your mind, buddy?
Well, I just couldn't resist the temptation. We was talking about how our country has evolved from country boys into city boys, and a lot of overweight, let me just say girly men type men. And the comment was made that we are in a high-tech world where we don't have a need for men's men much anymore. I would just like to ask the question, what happens if we're just one EMP strike away? just one EMP strike on our electrical grid, and all this high-tech stuff is going to go away. So, I think
Kai,
we ought to give a little bit of thought to that.
Earlier in the beginning, when I first did the show, I put out the test or the challenge to people to do, I don't know, was it 3 hours, I think? Maybe 3 hours or 6 hours of shutting off your water and your electricity, and don't tell the family. The head of the house, whether it be woman or male or man, whatever you want to call yourself, I don't care. But if you're the head of the house, don't tell anybody. Shut the water off, shut the power off for 3-4 hours after dinner. And you can't do it when you're going to sleep. You got to be awake and see what happens. So you don't need an EMP strike. You need 3 hours, 4 hours of power and water off, and watch what happens.
Well, see, I'm old enough that I can remember a two-holer down in the cow lot with a Sears and Roebuck catalog in it. I can remember that. And so I value a nice roll of toilet paper and indoor plumbing. But unless you've never experienced the other side of it, you can't really put a value on what we have today to be thankful for. So if you're not thankful for it, you don't have a desire to protect it. And I think that because we're moving so fast down that progressive trail, we're forgetting where we came from and where we're going.
Yeah, another thing is everybody wants it yesterday too. There's no building up and learning. The family wants the house with the picket fence. They want the brand new car. They want everything, and it's so easy to do that now. And they can get it up front, but in the back end of it, everybody's starting to collapse, lose it. They can't pay the bills, and that's another reason why we get into a mess.
I got to add to that. Not only that people don't know how to fix anything anymore.
Yep.
Or fix a toilet or fix a food processor or whatever. I mean, whatever in the sink. I can't remember what it's called.
Trash compactor?
Trash compactor.
No, not trash compactor. Disposal.
You just change out the catch in your sink. People can't.
Yeah, no, and I know how to do it.
Somebody told me the day. A lady I work with, she's one of our receptionists, and she was so upset she lost her ring down the drain.
So just go to the P-trap.
I said, well, if you don't mind, and we'll bring one of the other receptionists just so you don't feel. I think we probably find it for you. And it was in the catch in her sink. It just fallen down there, but she had no idea how to take it off, and neither did her husband.
Yeah, I mean, they don't know how to do anything. People don't take their bicycles apart anymore. They don't build anything. They don't fix doorknobs. They don't do anything anymore.
They can't change the doorknob. Got to call somebody to change the doorknob.
It's
can't
really
change
true.
a tire.
Right, they don't know how to change a tire. If they get stuck on the side of the road, they got to have their cell phone. They can't remember how to do anything
I
either
remember
because they can look it up.
When my kids were probably junior high age or so, they lost the remote control. And they sat in front of the TV for 30 minutes trying to figure out what to do. And this is back when we still had buttons on the front of the TV. I said, y'all ever think about doing this? Ding, turn it on. And they're like, oh, yeah.
Well,
boom, there it is.
Go ahead.
But how do we change this? I mean, we can't go back in time, but
that's what I've been saying day after day. How do we change this?
We've dropped the ball with people my age, your age. That's where it got
I didn't
dropped.
drop the ball.
No. People our age. I'm not saying us. I'm saying people our age. They can't change a tire. They can't change oil.
Well, that's
they can't.
true.
Somebody asked the other day. I took my truck in to have the brakes changed out on it, my older truck, and somebody said, "You can't do that yourself." I said, "Yeah, I just don't have the time right now." You bet I can do it. I can do all that stuff. It's like people say, "Well, you don't like to go hunting because why don't you like to go hunting?" Because I don't want to clean the animal. I know how to do it. It's not a matter of not knowing how to do it. It's a matter of I don't want to do it. But there are so many people our age that have no idea how to do any of that stuff, and that's the scary part.
It is scary.
But we need to encourage parents to go back to teaching kids some traditional values and some principles that we lived by for a long time in this country that help produce this country as it is. But parents today are not teaching their children things like that. They depend on the Google teaching their children or the computer teaching their children.
Or the TV.
Unless we get back to parents teaching children, I don't see how we're going to fix this.
Well, let me also add, in high school, they don't have shop class anymore, and they don't have home economics, and they don't teach you how to balance your checkbook.
Yeah, and to prove that we need to go back to that, go out there right now and try to hire you a mechanic or a welder or a carpenter. See how far you get. Go try to
there aren't
find
any
one.
welders anymore.
No, there's not any. And right now, well, you can hire a lot of computer programmers. Go try to find you a good mechanic or a good service man.
Well, you brought up some good points, Con. I agree with you. And we got to take a break. So we're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll continue on. Appreciate the call. See you on the other side.
Quick Wrench Automotive, your one-stop auto shop, family owned and operated at 1402 North 3rd Street in Temple. Why go to another dealer? Quick Wrench Automotive, a full-service preventive maintenance and automotive repair center, offers a 2-year, 24,000-mile warranty on most repairs nationwide, which also includes complimentary roadside assistance. Quick Wrench also offers the best price for oil changes around at $17.95 plus tax, which includes 5 quarts of oil, new oil filter, washer fluid, and complimentary 23-point inspection. Other great deals are available on our Facebook page as well as our website, quickwrenchautomotive.com. Give us a call Monday through Friday at 254-935-2145 to speak with an ASE certified technician. Quick Wrench Automotive, your one-stop shop for all your automotive needs.
Here at the Logic Nation, we often encourage you to be logical. Now, I've got 2 more great words to live by. Get supplied. With Studio L as a center point, Smith Supply will provide you with everything to clean anything and deliver it on time within 150 miles. That means we can deliver cleaning supplies to any facility, any business, including hotels and motels, even industries and factories, anywhere in the Killeen, Temple, Fort Hood Metro, Waco, and Austin. No matter where you are, we can ship to your order. We also provide janitorial services and building maintenance in some areas, and our Temple showroom and our online catalog are open to the public. We're here to save you money and get your supplies to you on time, every time. So, get supplied. Since 1961, we're Smith Supply, 254-773-3592, and online at smithsupply.com.
Art Coons, the owner of ANC Firearms in Heidenhammer, Texas, is an avid gun enthusiast and enjoys helping all of his customers to find the gun that's perfect for them. With a large selection of pistols, rifles, and shotguns, finding the right gun becomes easy. Go to ANC Firearms, located at 5819 U.S. Highway 190 in Heidenhammer, or call them 254-983-4417. Pistols, rifles, shotguns, ammo, knives, and a whole lot more. ANC Firearms, 254-983-4417.
Bankruptcy attorney Ed Laughlin.
I really hate to see families suffer, especially when there's something they can do. If you have too many bills to pay, the truth is that filing bankruptcy may be the best thing you ever do. I'm not just saying it, let me prove it to you. That's why I offer a free initial consultation. Call me, because you shouldn't just have to sit there and worry.
Call 1-800-492-2589. The phone call is free and so is the appointment. You're going to feel a whole lot better.
Welcome back, everybody, to Logic Nation. It is December 16, 2019, 9 days till Christmas. I hope everybody's getting ready. It's Christmas. It's not the holidays, it's Christmas. You know, I was thinking about this. Christmas, if you go back, keep going back in time, and Christmas was a big thing. Even World War I, enemy would stop on to celebrate a meal for Christmas Eve or something. And then how did it all get started where Christmas was such a big thing? You go back even further. Christmas is a big thing because it's the birth of Christ, okay? It's not going to the mall to buy electronics and all this kind of stuff. We got to focus on what it's about, okay? That was just a side note. I've got Hugh on the line. He wants to jump in on this conversation here. We've been talking about what happens if this or what happens if that. So, Hugh, welcome to the show. Thanks for listening. What's on your mind, buddy?
Hey, good morning, fellas, and young lady. I'm glad to talk with you this morning. It's a blessed day. I wanted to share with you, you talk about what people can't do. Well, my wife and I, we built our own house. We had to build it out in the country because we didn't want to go through all the permits and designs and people looking over our shoulders. And it's a simple house. It uses wood for heat and that type of thing. My wife makes our soaps. She makes our deodorants. She makes our toothpaste. She gathers what you folks call weeds out of the yard, make our nutritional supplements. We gather wild lettuce and dandelions and things like that to use. She's pretty much an herbalist and things like that. So it's a matter of choice. We look at that and we read the Bible and understand that we've been given every herb of the field, and all we have to do is just open our eyes and see what God's will was for humans, and to know that there is a plan. We just have to want to walk the path.
And let me guess, you're not in need of anything, are you?
Well, no, we're blessed. We consider ourselves that our basket's heaped up, packed down, and running over with blessings because we look at everything and understand that. I'm with my childhood sweetheart that I have been with for 56 years, and I wrote her a poem, and it goes like this. God went to the well of souls, and reaching in as if reaching into water, drew me and her out. He put me in his left hand and her in his right. He sent us forward and wreathed our paths together until we met on this earth. And I knew from the first time that I saw her that we will always be together. And long after we leave this beautiful place, we will still be one, for such as water seeks itself. So I seek her.
Wow. Man. That's
pretty
awesome,
smooth,
dude. You need to set up some classes here and start teaching people how to do this. That's pretty cool. We need to set you up.
Well,
you interested?
I would be happy to help and contribute in any way I can, because what is missing in this world is not Google, it's elders.
Yep.
Amen to that, brother. Amen to that. I got your number here on the speed dial, so I'm gonna copy it down. Maybe we'll get to talk a little bit later and see what we can do. Hugh, I think that's fantastic. And
well, great. I'd like to help you. I think that the young people and old people, for that matter, they've missed a lot. They don't know how rich life can be with just simple things. You don't have to have the biggest and the best and the brightest. Life can be very satisfying living a very simple life.
Well, Hugh, those are $1 million words. I appreciate you listening. I appreciate you calling, and I appreciate you sharing that. You got anything else you want to give to the people out there?
Peace and blessings.
And Merry Christmas to you, sir.
Have a blessed day, sir.
You too,
Goodbye.
buddy. Take care. Thanks for calling. Wow, that was great.
That's awesome.
That was awesome, man. I mean, you can't help it. You could be a young snot-nosed punk listening to that, and you go, he's right. He's right.
Yeah.
Hopefully it'll plant a seed and it'll grow. Probably not, but we hope that it would. But,
I mean, we live in such different times now. I remember going to my great-grandmother's house and grass. You didn't have grass 20 feet from the house. It was dirt all the way up to the house because of fires. She lived out in the country in Oklahoma, and if a fire came up and the grass came all the way up to the house and it was dead, it would catch the house on fire.
That's right.
So, about once every couple of weeks, one of our jobs was to go out and we had to rake around the house and pull up every little blade of grass that was popping up around the house inside that 20-foot or so area. There's just certain things, you go outside and get all the eggs. I hate chickens, by the way. But we'd have to go get those eggs,
But they fight you for them? Is that what they do?
Or
they do.
I mean, people my age, when I tell them about my great-grandma wringing the neck on a chicken, and they look at me like I'm crazy.
Oh, yeah. You have a young buck do that now. They're like, what are you talking about?
I'll tell you a story when we come back.
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back. It's going to be 2 or 3 minutes. We'll see you on the other side.
Hey, y'all, Jeff Foxworthy here. Now, if you've ever found yourself repeating the same thing over and over for 75 years, you might be Smokey Bear.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
That's why I'm filling in for Smokey to switch things up, because there's a lot more to say. And I should know because my grandfather was a firefighter. And one of the things he taught me is that the people that love the outdoors the most are often the ones accidentally starting wildfires, which means always BYOB. No, bring your own bucket to the campfire. And be extra careful with things like burning yard trimmings. Don't just walk away, or chances are you might be starting a wildfire. So for the love of the outdoors, go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council. Hey y'all, Jeff Foxworthy here. Now, if you've ever found yourself repeating the same thing over and over for 75 years, you might be Smokey Bear.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
That's why I'm filling in for Smokey to switch things up, because there's a lot more to say. And I should know because my grandfather was a firefighter. And one of the things he taught me is that the people that love the outdoors the most are often the ones accidentally starting wildfires, which means always BYOB. No, bring your own bucket to the campfire. And be extra careful with things like burning yard trimmings. Don't just walk away, or chances are you might be starting a wildfire. So for the love of the outdoors, go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
And welcome back, everybody, to Logic Nation.
I hate that, man.
We're thinking to ourselves, we were going to say something, can't remember what it was.
We get to talking about stuff, and then we forget what we were going to say when we come back from the break. But
I just want to thank Hugh for calling us and giving us all those words of wisdom there. And, we got Con and Enki that come in, and just a plethora of information on how to handle life's basic functions and necessities.
Well, we get so complacent with everyday life, with doing things a certain way, and there are people out there that don't want to hunt because they can just go to the grocery store, and I think, I don't know if I said this on the air or to you off there, but I don't hunt because I just don't like cleaning animals anymore. But I know how to, and I've shown people, and this is what I was going to tell you was we were talking about wringing a chicken's neck. My great-grandmother did that.
Okay.
And when I was in SEER school in the Navy, which is they have it in all the forces, and it teaches you survival, evasion, escape, and resistance in a POW camp. And one of the things they do is teach you how to field dress animals. And so they brought these big giant rabbits out, and I mean, that's some of the biggest rabbits I've ever seen. And they asked who all has killed or cleaned an animal. A bunch of us raised our hands. They said, "All right, y'all stand over there to the side." They didn't want us to do it. So they said, who has never done this and isn't afraid to touch an animal? They raised their hand and said, all right, you go to the side. And then who's afraid to touch an animal and who's never done it? Those are the people they picked. And, they hold these rabbits by the back leg. You rub a stick on their back so they raise their head, and then you pop their head and it kills them. Matt, there were 80 people, 80 of us out there. And I will guarantee you probably 10 or 15 of them passed out. Grown men passed out. Never seen this. My partner was a guy that had never been camping, grew up in L.A., never been camping in his life. And, the first 2 days, you're doing a bunch of escape and evasion stuff and navigation stuff. He'd never been hunting, never been fishing, never been camping ever. And I just kept telling him, you got to be quieter. You got to be quieter. And, I'm a young airman at the time, and he's a lieutenant. And he's like, you don't tell me what to do. So I'm just telling you, if you're not quiet, they'll catch you. And so the first day that the bad guys could catch you, he got caught within the first 15 minutes. And later on in our debrief, I found out they had seen me too because of him, but they let me go because I was doing everything right and he was doing everything wrong. And that first day, they had the option of capturing us and taking us to the prisoner of war camp or just letting us go.
Mm-hmm.
And then luckily, the next guy I got matched up with was a SEAL from West Virginia. He was a E6, and he was all about being out in the woods and stuff. So we got along great, never got caught. Ended up having to turn ourselves in when you had to turn yourselves in. But that's what we're dealing with people that have never had to do anything other than get up, go to the grocery store, go to the mall, do this, go on Amazon, buy everything they want, sit at home and do nothing, never have to be in a survival mode.
The necessities of life. You got to have shelter. You got to have heat, food, water, protection. I mean, you got to know the basic fundamentals of how to do all those. And then once you get that, you go outside of that further and further and further to enrich your ability to take care of yourself. But a lot of people don't even know the basic fundamentals.
If you took away electricity from this country, it would, and people say, oh, it's got to be electricity and water. You take away electricity, you've taken away water. Because you can't pump water in. You'll have water as long as there's water in those water towers. But as soon as that water comes down, you don't have electricity to replace that water in the water tower, you are done.
You don't have a well, if you don't have a tank,
done.
if you don't have a stream, if you don't know how to dig for water, all these different things, and then how to purify the water.
And we don't have gas pumps like we used to where you actually had to pump the gas into the overhead deal and then let it drain to your car. Everything's electronic, so you're not going to get gas. I always laugh when you watch a show that's post-apocalyptic and they're still driving cars because they're able to go to the gas station. How are you pumping that gas? Because you don't have any electric to get the pump out. I mean, people, I don't want to be a doom and gloom, the sky's falling kind of guy, but you got to think to yourself, if you lost your electricity, like you said, go turn that electricity off in your house for about 4 hours and see how successful you are at doing anything. Because it's hard, and you're not going to make it.
All right. Absolutely. And there's so many. I don't know if you can hear us. If you can hear us out there in Radio Land, give us a call. 866-89-LOGIC, 866-895-6442. Stream us live at logicnation.us. Social medias at Facebook at Logic Nation Radio and YouTube at youtube.com/Logic Nation Radio. And let's see, Bill, we got lots of stuff going on. We got the third hour coming up. I'm going to be doing some true stories. Got a whole bunch of other articles. And, I got Trump here is getting excited about going to the Senate. Trump gets cheers for the Army-Navy game for the troops out there, which is a great thing to see. So we're going to take a break. And when we come back, top of the hour break, we'll continue on. See you on the other side.
One in 3 adults has prediabetes. 1 in 3. That means it could be you, your football buddy, your football buddy, or you, your best man, your worst man, you, your dog walker, your cat jogger. While 1 in 3 adults has prediabetes, with early diagnosis, prediabetes can be reversed. Take the risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. That's doihaveprediabetes.org.
Wait, did they just say 1 in 3 adults has prediabetes? That's 33.33333% of adults. That means it could be me, my boss, or my boss's boss, or me, my favorite sister, or my other sister. That's 7 members of my 21-person romantic book club. Wait, the 1 in 3 could be me, my karaoke partner Carol, or my karaoke enemy Jeff. I'm going to take the risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Some knowledge belongs to us and us alone. The way our girlfriends walk, the way they talk, the way they touch their hair. We hold details that only a sister can know about her girls. But what about our other girls? The ones that we carry with us every day. Can we describe them when everything's right? Can we feel when something's wrong? Our bond with our sister girls gives life. But knowing your breasts can save it. Go to knowyourgirls.org for the facts you need on breast health. That's knowyourgirls.org. Brought to you by Susan G. Coleman and the Ad Council.
A Merry Christmas, folks, as we hear this good news from the three Cadettes.
Here's a little toy drum, go tweedly-um-dum, it's a happy holiday. Ding-a-ling, ding-a-ling, hear the sleigh bells ring, Santa Claus is on his way. Hear the tweet, tweet, tweet of piccolo feet, hear the little toy trumpet play. Ta-da-ra, ta-da-ra, play it hot, play it sweet, Santa Claus is on his way. Hear the beat, beat, beat of the marching feet, all the toys are on parade. Come along, let's go to the preview show of the Christmas Toy Brigade. Say a prayer each night when you go to bed, do a good deed every day. 'Cause a flash in Winchell's column says Santa Claus is on his way. Each night when you go to bed, do a good deed every day. Why? 'Cause the flash in Winchell's column says Santa Claus is on his way.
Merry Christmas!
Try to imagine a house that's not a home. Try to imagine a Christmas all alone. That's where I'll be since you left me. My tears could melt the snow. What can I do without you? I've got no place to go. It'll be lonely this Christmas without you to hold. It'll be lonely this Christmas, lonely and cold. It'll be cold, so cold, without you to hold this Christmas. Each time I remember the day you went away, and how I would listen to the things you had to say. I just break down as I look around, and the only things I see are emptiness and loneliness and an unlit Christmas tree. It'll be lonely this Christmas without you to hold. It'll be lonely this Christmas, lonely and cold. It'll be cold, so cold, without you to hold this Christmas. You remember last year when
never thought there'd be an end. And I remember looking at you then, and I remember thinking that Christmas must have been made for us. Because, darling, this is the time of year that you really need love. When it means so very, very much. It'll be lonely. So it'll be lonely this Christmas. Without you. Without me at all. It'll be lonely. It'll be so very lonely. Lonely and cold. It'll be lonely this Christmas. Without you to hold. It'll be lonely this Christmas. Lonely and
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And welcome back, everybody, to Logic Nation, December 16, 2019. Matt, your host here. I'm with Susan Sturl and Republican Chair of Milam County, Bill Whitmire. We're having a little problems with on-air, off-air. It's not here at the studio. It's at the main source, I guess. So please bear with us. You can stream us live at logicnation.us. Social media is at Facebook at Logic Nation Radio. We're close to hitting some numbers, so go there and like us and share us on Facebook at Logic Nation Radio. Also subscribe to the channel at youtube.com/Logic Nation Radio. Some good videos, articles, memes, posts, the whole works. So check it out. Give us a call here in the studio, 866-89-LOGIC. And I'll tell you, ladies and gentlemen, I try to do my best and gather pertinent information for the next day's show. You know, spend a lot of time behind the computer. And I set it up here hour by hour, articles that I think would be good to discuss. And out of nowhere, it goes to the right or to the left, unexpected to me. And that's what I like the most. I like when it's totally unexpected. So if you got something off the wall, give me a call. Love to talk to you about it. 866-89-LOGIC. Stream us live at Logic Nation Radio. LogicNation.us, I mean. So there you go. Give us a call, 866-89-LOGIC. What I want to talk about now, I got a few articles here. I'll tell you what, we'll do the highlight of the Navy and Army game in a minute. But Trump takes a nasty dig at Pelosi in latest slam of House Democrats, okay? In a retweet here, Trump wrote that House Speaker's teeth were falling out of her mouth and she didn't have time to think. And that's based on the question that was asked to her about bribery. She says she's not an attorney. She's sometimes a medical doctor or whatever. But all these charges that were brought up against Trump are not being brought up. An extremely lesser version of what they've been bringing up. And the question was asked, why is that? And it's because they've got nothing and they're falling back to what they can. And she was basically saying, well, we've talked about it. The lawyers have talked about it and we're coming up with this angle on it. And that's why the bribery charge is not there. So Trump is just retweeting and saying, hey, you know, she doesn't really know what to say anymore because it's getting out of control on her side too.
They got nothing. I mean, abuse of power. Okay. For 8 years, every Republican in the House of Representatives felt like just about everything President Obama did was an abuse of power, you know. And so then you've got a obstructions of justice, or is it obstruction of Congress? Obstruction of Congress, and at the same time, most people in the House felt like Obama. Most Republicans in the House for those 8 years felt like Obama was obstructing Congress. Fast and Furious. The same things that are the obstruction of Congress charges brought up against President Trump are the same things that Eric Holder and President Obama did during the Fast and Furious investigation, or the Benghazi investigation, both times.
Now, look, I was stammering because I was trying to find a spot, and I found it. So let me read this to follow up on what we were just saying here. President Trump on Sunday took a swipe at House Speaker Nancy Pelosi over her response to a reporter who asked why bribery wasn't included in the newly unveiled articles of impeachment. Despite Democrats, including the Speaker herself, having leveled those charges repeatedly against the president throughout the impeachment proceedings. You yourself accused President Trump of bribery, the reporter asked. Why did you decide to take the bribery, not to make bribery one of the articles of impeachment? And Pelosi said the decision not to include bribery in the articles of impeachment against Trump came after working together with our committee chair, our attorneys, and the rest. That is not an answer.
Yeah.
That is a cover to an answer because she didn't want to give you what the real answer was, which is there is no bribery.
Hey, the best politicians are going to say something positive up front, something negative towards the middle, and say nothing overall. And that's and she is the quintessential politician from that standpoint.
When asked at the time whether bribery would be included as an article of impeachment, she replied, "We haven't even made a decision to impeach. That's what the inquiry is about." It's all a bunch of lies, cover, all sorts of
there are certain mouths of the Democrat Party that you have not heard from very much. You have to hear from Pelosi because she's Speaker of the House, but you haven't. Steny Hoyer, who is the majority leader in the House, who's Pelosi's second in line. You haven't heard anything from him on this because he's a fairly moderate Democrat in today's. When he first elected, he was that ultra left wing. Now he's fairly moderate Democrat.
But if you don't say something,
but he doesn't want to say anything because he doesn't want to go on the record one way or the other because he's got to win re-election.
Yeah, but doesn't that say volumes in itself?
About what?
Somebody not speaking, doesn't that say volumes? Like something's up. Why aren't these people backing up what these crazies are pushing for impeachment?
Because if he goes out right now and he says he's going to get put on the record eventually, there's no way. Once they vote, then they will be on the record. But right now he doesn't have to be on the record. If he goes out and he says, I think we should impeach him, every moderate Democrat in his district there in Maryland falls out of favor with him. If he goes in and says, I really don't know that we have enough for impeachment right now, then that ultra left wing that's taken over the Democrat Party says, okay, well, we're going to primary you. And that's what they're looking for. The ultra-left wing right now, the Democrat Party, is going to primary every single Democrat that does not vote for impeachment.
But that's my point. If he's being quiet, you would think that they would know what he's thinking, and that is, if I don't say anything, I can't get in trouble, which means he's not committed to the cause.
He hasn't said anything in so long. I'll be honest with you. I think people forgot he's around. You know, somebody the other day was trying to remember his name. A guy I know that's I'm pretty close to that's in Republican politics. I won't say his name because he might be listening. I don't want to embarrass him. But he kept saying, you know, that guy. I'm like, who? He finally said, the majority leader in the House. I'm like, oh, Steny Hoyer. He goes, yeah, I cannot remember his name. I haven't heard from him so long. I forgot he was around. And that's where he is right now. Hey, nobody even knows I'm here. I can just slide under the radar. But as soon as he opens his mouth, and it's going to happen, every Democrat who votes against impeachment is going to get hammered if they don't get primaried. But I have a feeling every one of them is going to get primaried. The DNC wants this impeachment. And every Democrat that votes against impeachment is going to get primaried, and the DNC will back them up.
I know I've asked this question a few times, but every time you talk, I keep rethinking something, and it keeps making me want to ask the question again, and that is, isn't there still a slim chance? We've got a 10% chance that they'll come to their senses and not do this. And it has nothing to do with anything to go into the Senate knowing, hey, you're going to beat it in the Senate.
Man, you said it. It only takes 16 votes. And they've lost one in Van Drew, so now it just takes 15.
Well, no, they lost a couple others in basic thought process.
But what I'm saying is it only takes, of the Democrats in the House, it only takes 15 right now to say, I don't want any part of this impeachment.
And wouldn't it be best? Wouldn't it be best for that just not to happen?
Several of them have already put in a bill to censure the president.
Now, how does that look? I mean, there's an asterisk on your name.
And these were three people that last month were saying they wanted impeachment, and now they're saying, let's go with this censure.
Exactly.
I mean, cooler heads could prevail in the Democrat Party. Doesn't happen often, but cooler heads could prevail and say, hey, and I think there's a lot of Republicans also that would go along with the censure of the president.
Just to end this. And what does that actually mean? It's a slap on the hand, But what does it mean?
It's a formal recognition that the president overstepped his boundary and did something that was not acceptable.
So
hasn't happened much in the history of the nation for presidents. It's happened quite a bit for others, but not for the president. But it is a formal recognition that they broke a rule or they did something that was not acceptable.
But not illegal.
No, not illegal. Probably more like a better way to say it would be unethical.
Yeah, okay.
You know.
All right, we're going to take a break. We come back. We'll continue on with Bill Whitmire, Republican chair, myself, your host, and Susan Sterl. So we'll be back on the other side. See you in a minute. Aaron's Gun Shop and High Cap Adventures. If you've decided to carry a handgun for self-defense, you better know what you're doing. If you don't, you better learn fast. Not only fast, but thoroughly. Aaron's Gun Shop and High Cap Adventures fills the void between a Johnny wannabe and a person who has been properly trained in the proper handling and use of a firearm. Call me, Matt Petros, at 254-697-4721 or email me at aaronsgunshop@gmail.com and set up a class or seminar to get you started on the road to proficiency with a firearm for self-defense. Go to our website, aaronsgunshop.com, and review the High Cap Adventures page. We have seminars to cover most forms of firearms training. Call 254-697-4721 or email me at aaronsgunshop@gmail.com to get more information on how to get started with your training. The time for games is over. Reality starts now. aaronsgunshop.com.
Divorce attorney Ed Laughlin.
Is your marriage on the rocks? Have you been wanting to get a divorce but just haven't found an attorney that you can afford? Well, your search for an affordable attorney is finally over. I'm attorney Ed Laughlin, and I've been helping Texans get fast, inexpensive, hassle-free divorces for 25 years. I offer reasonable fees and always allow my clients to pay out their fees in payments that they can afford. Call me today at 773-8399 or toll-free 1-800-492-2589 to schedule a free confidential appointment to get started. The first visit is always free.
What are you waiting for? Call Ed Laughlin today at 1-800-492-2589 or visit Ed's website at edlaughlin.com. That's 1-800-492-2589 or online at edlaughlin.com. That's 1-800-492-2589. Let Ed help you with all your legal needs. You'll feel a whole lot better. See Ed's ad in Names and Numbers.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And welcome back, everybody, to Logic Nation. Matt, your host here, December 16, 2019. Shane Currington with me, Susan Sterl, Bill Whitmire, Republican Chair of Mountain County. We've got people on the line. If you want to be on the program as well, give us a call at 866-89-LOGIC, 866-895-6442. Don't forget, stream us live. Facebook at Logic Nation Radio. Like us and share us with everybody you know. Also at YouTube, youtube.com/Logic Nation Radio, and subscribe to the channel. Helps out a lot. Let me get John. He's on line 1 here. John, stand by. Let me get you on and ready to go. Thanks for calling. Thanks for listening. What's on your mind, buddy?
Yeah, I have to disagree with Bill there. I don't think our president's done anything wrong.
Go ahead.
That's my statement. Tell me what the heck he's done wrong, Bill.
Go ahead, Bill.
Well, we were talking about it off the air, and Matt asked.
Well, they talk about it on the air, Bill.
Because we had a commercial in between times.
Well,
John,
John,
John, be
let
nice.
me know what he's done wrong, man.
All right, calm down now. I'm going to shut your mics. Give him a second to respond.
All right, go ahead.
The question, I don't believe he's done anything wrong. The question was that has he done anything that you could censure him for? And I think
No, he hasn't, man. You know damn well he ain't done nothing wrong.
Has he done something that he could ethically be censured for? I think you could make a case for it in the House. I'm not saying I would agree with it. I'm saying you have to look at it from the standpoint of can it be done in the House? And I think yes. Here's the thing: if you're a Republican, if you're conservative, you want them to go ahead and do the impeachment process, because if they impeach, and Pelosi knows this, Steny Hoyer knows this, Adam Van Hollen knows this, if they impeach, it's a losable side for the Democrats. If they
I understand all that.
If they censure,
I understand all
it's
that.
a win for
Maybe
the
not the audience does, but I understand why he wants to do that. But my point is, he's done nothing wrong. The only thing he's done wrong is he trusted people that he shouldn't have trusted.
Well, here, John, you can't deal with what shoulda, woulda, coulda. You got to deal with what's happening at the moment. So what we're doing is we're trying to deal with how to adjust, how to modify, how to redirect and correct what's happening at the moment. And what's happening at the moment requires certain things to be done. And we're just hoping that those certain things end up doing one thing as compared to another.
Okay, Ted Cruz stood up for the president last weekend.
Yes.
Right? He's him, and there's maybe one or two others. Sorry, I can't name them right off the top of my head right now. But the couple of the guys that were on that Schiff's little committee there that he had, the Republican guys that stood up for him, they were good men. Gohmert being one. There's two or three others. Okay? Those guys, they deserve something for being men among men, all right? Because I'll tell you what, we need a little bit less Judeo, a little bit more Christian law in this country. All I'm seeing is a bunch of lawyers playing lawyer. That's all I'm seeing. I don't see no
you know
justice.
Gohmert and Cruz are both lawyers, right?
Yeah, I don't get that. Don't matter at all. All that means is that they're good. They're good arguers. But the fact is, they're stating the truth. Okay, it don't have jack to do with whether they're a lawyer or not. They could be dadgum Con Tatum and state the truth, right? It don't matter if he's a lawyer or not. But the point is, it's these laws that they're screwing up the country by binding our hands, binding the president's hands, binding the Congress's hands, binding the Senate's hands with the stupid laws. We need less laws and more action.
All right, John, we're going to meditate on that. We'll talk about it.
Go ahead, smoke on that one.
All right,
have a good day.
All right, John, thanks, man. All right. John's always good to bring up some points that we may not have thought about. And, John, I appreciate you listening. I thank you for the call. And I want to get Rusty on here, too, before we come up to a break. So, Rusty, stand by. Appreciate you listening. Appreciate you calling. What's on your mind?
Morning, Matt. Thanks for taking the call. Excuse the voice. We still got the allergies. I was just talking to Susan. I was doing some channel surfing. I think it was Saturday night, and ran across a show on the Outdoor Channel called Hunter Nation. I've never watched it before, and I just assume this is a show about celebrities and famous people in their natural setting, hunting and fishing. But anyway, as soon as I cruised into this show, there was a guy sitting in a hunting camp that looked just like Donald Trump Jr. with the beard and all, you know?
Yes, sir.
And sure enough, it was. I didn't get to watch the whole show. I'm sure there's a way you could probably drag that show up. I'm a low-tech redneck, don't know how to do it, but I'm sure you could probably drag that show up and watch it. It's worth watching, and I believe you watch that show and you're seeing the next iteration of the Trump dynasty.
Well, it was a Utah elk hunt for won with Donald Trump Jr.
It was, say it again. I don't think
It
you went through.
was Utah elk hunt, and for one person, and the one person was Donald Trump Jr. out elk hunting.
Bet you that cost a pretty penny.
Yeah, probably, but at least he's not
Did you-
afraid
did you
to get
learn-
out there and do that.
Did you learn anything off of that?
Well, it just shows you the Donald Trump that is Junior, that is the Donald Trump Jr. That he's a fairly impressive guy. 5 kids. He seems to be solid as a rock. You can tell by the way he talks. He knows his guns. He knows his hunting. And I think you're looking at the next iteration of the Trump dynasty.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about because some people have mentioned that before, and he's grooming himself to be in that position, keeping himself clean, knowing what he's doing, and getting in the right position at the right time. So I think you're right. There's a chance for that, but we'll see what happens. What do you think, Bill?
Yeah, I've seen that show a couple times. If you watch it, Rusty, they usually have some people on there, and sometimes when you watch it, you'll be. It's kind of surprising some of the people that are on there that are hunters that you don't necessarily think about. Just like Donald Trump Jr., you see him in all the other different areas of his life, and you don't really think about him being a hunter. But it's a pretty interesting show.
They call him the modern day Teddy Roosevelt.
He hunts in.
For 5-day adventure hunting elk.
Well, Rusty, we should get together and do our own hunting. What do you think? Rusty? Rusty, you still there, buddy? All right, thank you. All right, Bill. Rusty's gone. So we've had a lot on. We've had some good comments coming in. John's had some comments. And anything you want to feed off of what John was saying before we...
Well, I mean, what we believe sitting here, you and I, and then what we believe the House is going to do are two different things. And, I think John thinks that what I was saying was my personal belief. My personal belief is, and it's what I told you off the air, what the president did, that they had the whole investigation on the call to the Ukraine. I don't think that was in any way illegal. On the ethical side, you're in an area where if you're advising the president, and you've said this 100 times, he's going to do what he wants to do. He's his own man. But if you're the advisor for the president, you're trying to shade him away from trying to get the
step on it.
Yeah, and it's from an ethical standpoint, it's one of those where it's not an ethics breach that's illegal, but it is an ethics conundrum that could get you into a place where you could be censured. And I think, like I said off the air before we came back on, that right now, if the Democrats wanted to win, they would censure the president. If they want to lose, they'll go ahead and follow through with this impeachment process and then turn around and get it overturned in the Senate. And that's what's going to end up happening, and that's egg on the face of the Democrats. And that hurts them in this election. If they want to win, I think they go through the censure process, and they probably get a few Democrats that are in or a few Republicans that are in Democrat areas that would go along with the censure.
This is like a big chess game. It's a big chess game. So you're sitting there at the table, and the objective is to win.
Yep.
And you've got to look at all these different things. So when your opponent puts in certain positions or key players, the pawn, the rook, the knight, the bishop, whatever it may be, it has countermeasures that you've got to do. So that's what we're doing. The Democrats are in control of what they're doing at the moment, so we've got to counter them. Even though it may not be right, we're forced. We're on the board. We got to play the game. Otherwise, we lose the game. The king falls over, and the game's done.
It's all about for 95% of guys that are in office, that are office holders. It's about re-election. It's always about re-election. Everything they have to do, from fundraisers to their votes, everything's about re-election. Even when they know that the best vote is not the way to vote, it's that perception. If they don't vote the way that their constituency wants to, and the perception is they're not voting that way, they'll lose re-election, even if they know they need to vote a certain way.
Give me some reasons why people want to be re-elected.
More money?
They can go from $1,000 heir to a millionaire, right? Wouldn't it be beautiful for somebody to say, I'm in here for a reason and I need to be reelected because I'm almost done with it? Yeah, exactly. We'll take a break. See you on the other side.
DWI and criminal defense attorney Ed Laughlin.
Just because you or a loved one has been pulled over or arrested for DWI does not mean you're guilty of DWI. I'm attorney Ed Laughlin, and to be arrested and charged with DWI, the officer has to only have probable cause that you're intoxicated. It's only the officer's opinion. However, to be convicted of DWI, your guilt must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, which is a much stricter burden. If you have been arrested for DWI or any other offense and want an attorney who will rigorously defend you, call me at 1-800-492-2589 or log on to my website at edlaughlin.com. Over the past 25 years, as an attorney, I've been both a prosecutor and now a defense attorney. You need an experienced attorney who will work hard to get you the justice that you deserve.
What are you waiting for? Call Ed now at 1-800-492-2589 to schedule a free confidential appointment or visit Ed's website at edlaughlin.com. First visit is always free. You're going to feel a whole lot better. See Ed's ad in names and numbers.
Sweet strawberry icing. You were strolling along in goodwill when just past that mid-century side table and denim jacket you spotted them, nestled in their display case. Miniature donut earrings. Oh, yes! Yes! Your favorite half-breakfast pastry, half-all-day dessert food, made into your favorite form of ear candy. Oh my. Those bejeweled sprinkles have satisfied some unknown hunger within you. Shh, do you smell that? That's the sugary scent of shopping success. For this is Goodwill. And with every item you buy, you fund local job training and more. So go forth. Bring home those donut earrings. And bring home so much good to your community. Goodwill. Bring good home. Brought to you by Goodwill and the Ad Council.
I spend a lot of time in the garage, but even more time in the rain, sleet, and mud. In 95, I helped tow your moving trailer. In 05, I helped you get out of a ditch. Yeah, I know I'm a bit rusty, and sadly in 09, it was sparks from me, your handy chains, dragging behind your truck that accidentally started a wildfire.
Sparks from dragging chains can start a wildfire. Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
No word in the English language is less convincing than probably.
Are you sure we should get matching tattoos on our first date?
Sure. We'll probably stay together.
Probably? It's been 23 minutes since I ate. I can probably swim.
You should wait 30 minutes.
Okay, now tell me what to do. Cannonball! Cramp! Oh, I have a cramp.
I can probably hit the green from here.
Probably.
Can I get a mulligan?
Ready to go?
Hey, are you sure you're okay to drive?
Yeah, I'm pretty sober. Yeah, I'm probably okay. Probably okay isn't okay, especially when it comes to drinking and driving. If you're drinking, call a cab, a car, or a friend. Buzzed driving is drunk driving. A message brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
And welcome back, everybody, to Logic Nation. Today's December 16, 2019. Matt, your host here. If you want to be on the show, give us a call at 866-89-LOGIC. Stream us live at logicnation.us. Social media at Facebook at Logic Nation Radio and YouTube at youtube.com/Logic Nation Radio. Give us a call, 866-895-6442. Let's talk sports. We've got an Army guy in here, moi, and we have a Navy guy, a little, what do we call you guys, squids? Is that what we call you?
Gods. wins.
No. We had the Army-Navy game, and finally, it's about time you Navy guys finally won.
Wait. 15 of the last 18 years.
It doesn't matter, man. It doesn't matter. After 3
We had to
years,
give
it
you,
started all
y'all couldn't
over.
even have a website because you couldn't string 3 W's together. So we had to give you 3 wins, okay?
Let's talk about this because part of this goes, there's a couple of segments here. We got Trump being applauded and cheered for.
Yep.
We've got Trump signing.
Second year in a row, by the way, that he's been at the game and just got standing ovation.
Now, honestly, Bill, I want to say there was no order given to cheer the president. I think it's a genuine cheer.
I would tell you this, I think you were probably in around the same time, maybe a little earlier than I was, but I was in,
80.
from the Reagan through the Clinton years, and then I got out during George W. Bush time. And I will tell you this: when Reagan and Bush 41 showed up on base, it was a crowd. And I remember I was in Moffett Field, California, Bay Area, ultra liberal. And the first time Clinton made a visit there, he got out at the terminal, and I bet, and this is probably a year after Bush's last trip to the same place. When Bush showed up, there were thousands of people waiting to see him. The road was lined with people for him coming off base, going into San Francisco. When Clinton showed up, I had to be there because I was on duty that day. So I had to be there. But I bet there were 150, maybe 200 people there to greet him when he showed up.
What a difference.
Yeah, it was huge difference. So
when it comes to Trump here, you think it's genuine?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, the thing is people will you're going to be there because it's the president, especially if you're in the
I know, but
military.
there's nothing better. Because I remember when I went in with
You can tell
Reagan.
the jubilation between a president everybody wants to see and a president that you're there because you have to be
see.
there.
Because when Reagan came in, we were at one of the worst times. Okay, that was right after Carter. Okay, Reagan comes in, and man, there was a surge in military spending. The military felt like it was honored again, had pride again, and man, we were pumped. Look, I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it. Same thing going here. You've got a military that's been defunded, no ammunition, the whole works. Trump comes in, finds out, honors the vet, honors the soldier, pumps them up, gives them what they need. They love this guy.
Yeah.
So, and it showed in the game. Now, Army lost, okay. And how much did they lose by, Bill? And why was the reason?
31-7.
31-7, okay.
Yeah, the Navy quarterback, they couldn't stop him. He had over 300 yards of rushing. I mean, he just picked up the ball and said, y'all follow me. And that was pretty much. I mean, you get those athletes every year. The thing about the Army-Navy game is usually you can throw the records out. It's going to be a slobber knocker. And for the first half, it was a pretty close game. It was only 14-7, and Army actually took the lead to start with. But, it just Army was kind of depleted. They'd lost, I think they were on their 5th quarterback of the season. They're the guy that was their main running back that really turned out to be one of the better running backs around was actually started the season on JV, and they had to move him up because they'd run out of good runners. So, I mean, the Army was a little depleted. This is an off year for them. I think they'll be better next year, but regardless, the president showed up. I think the biggest thing, though.
Hold up. So we get the president getting cheered, which is fantastic. Second year in a row, and we've also got Navy winning. But this is the part that was interesting.
It hurts him to say.
I don't care, man. It's no big deal to me. I just like to see the camaraderie of everybody. CBS News also reported Saturday that Trump signed an executive order to allow athletes at service academies to play in professional leagues after college. Now, let's go over this. This is to pursue professional sports careers upon graduation. Let me tell you what I know, and then you can fill in the gaps with all the information you know. I've had 2 brothers go through the point, grads. One's a general and one's a lieutenant colonel. And I'm the stupid enlisted guy, okay? But that's how it works. Anyway.
It's all right.
When you go through the academy, you put in your 4 years, and what you pay back is 5 back because you're getting everything. You're getting the top school, food, housing, the whole works, training, and you're dedicated for 5 years after that. But what this is saying, as soon as you graduate those 4 years, that taxpayer dollar has done, the individual, whoever gets signed up by a professional team, can leave after graduation and get on a professional team.
Yeah.
And after they're done, they would have to serve their time in the military. Now, that brings up a lot of questions. What if they have a long career, even though the average is 3 years or so? Yeah. What if it's a longer career, and by the time they get out, they're injured and hurt? How are they going to be able to serve their duty?
I don't think you're going to, I mean, from an advertising standpoint, from trying to get more people interested in the academies, and I think it's a good move. The average career in the NFL is about 3.5 years, and then those guys would be right back in there to serve that time.
And granted, it only affects a handful.
Yeah,
of people.
you're only talking because here's the thing. Back when you and I were little kids, around the time I was born, probably the time you were born, the academies were two of the strongest teams in the nation. We'll take a break.
We're fixing on taking a break in just a second here. We got a long dialogue. So if you want to be part of the show, give us a call, 866-89-LOGIC, 866-895-6442. Stream us live at logicnation.us, Facebook at Logic Nation Radio, and YouTube at youtube.com/Logic Nation Radio. We'll see you on the other side.
Quick Wrench Automotive, your one-stop auto shop, family-owned and operated at 1402 North 3rd Street in Temple. Why go to another dealer? Quick Wrench Automotive, a full-service preventive maintenance and automotive repair center, offers a 2-year, 24,000-mile warranty on most repairs nationwide, which also includes complimentary roadside assistance. Quick Wrench also offers the best price for oil changes around at $17.95 plus tax, which includes 5 quarts of oil, new oil filter, washer fluid, and complimentary 23-point inspection. Other great deals are available on our Facebook page as well as our website, quickwrenchautomotive.com. Give us a call Monday through Friday at 254-935-2145 to speak with an ASE certified technician. Quick Wrench Automotive, your one-stop shop for all your automotive needs.
Here at the Logic Nation, we often encourage you to be logical. Now, I've got 2 more great words to live by. Get supplied. With Studio L as a center point, Smith Supply will provide you with everything to clean anything and deliver it on time within 150 miles. That means we can deliver cleaning supplies to any facility, any business, including hotels and motels, even industries and factories, anywhere in the Killeen, Temple, Fort Hood Metro, Waco, and Austin. No matter where you are, we can ship to your order. We also provide janitorial services and building maintenance in some areas, and our Temple showroom and our online catalog are open to the public. We're here to save you money and get your supplies to you on time, every time. So, get supplied. Since 1961, we're Smith Supply, 254-773-3592, and online at smithsupply.com.
Marge Coons, the owner of A&C Firearms in Heidenhammer, Texas, is an avid gun enthusiast and enjoys helping all of his customers to find the gun that's perfect for them. With a large selection of pistols, rifles, and shotguns, finding the right gun becomes easy. Go to A&C Firearms, located at 5819 U.S. Highway 190 in Heidenhammer, or call them 254-983-4417. Pistols, rifles, shotguns, ammo, knives, and a whole lot more. A&C Firearms, 254-983-4417.
Bankruptcy attorney Ed Laughlin.
I really hate to see families suffer, especially when there's something they can do. If you have too many bills to pay, the truth is that filing bankruptcy may be the best thing you ever do. I'm not just saying it, let me prove it to you. That's why I offer a free initial consultation. Call me, because you shouldn't just have to sit there and worry.
Call 1-800-492-2589. The phone call is free, and so is the appointment. You're going to feel a whole lot better.
And welcome back, everybody, to Logic Nation, December 16th, 2019. Matt, your host here. Got Susan Sturl with us, and I've got Republican Chair of Milam County, Bill Whitmire. Bill, it's always been a pleasure to have you on the show, getting lots of calls. I'll tell you what, Susan's on the line. Why don't you talk about...
Okay, real quick, we'll run through this on the academies, being able to, the Naval Academy, Army, Air Force, they can all allow players that have been drafted into the NFL. Those players can go, and then they'll have to do their obligation after their time in the NFL. And some of the concerns, we've heard the concerns they ought to do their obligation. They got to do it. They're getting paid to go to college. But I think from the standpoint of advertising, it's a good advertising for the military services, especially because you still have those guys on the hook. They're still under contract. They're still good for recruiting purposes and all of this. And you're talking about a small percentage. Somebody yesterday said, well, that just means more better athletes will go to the that's probably not the best way to say it, but better athletes will now go to the academies. I don't think you're going to see all of a sudden an influx of blue chip athletes.
Well, they got to pass educational wise.
Educational wise, they don't have the freedoms. When the academies used to be powerhouses every year and a lot of Heisman Trophy winners, the academies were really the best place to go because you weren't going to make a lot of money in the pro. You were still going to have a summer job as a pro athlete. Whereas if you went in the military and you did 20 years in the military coming out of the academy,
you're set for life.
You were set for life. And that's kind of upended itself, especially in the college atmospheres. Now, some of these college locker rooms and stuff are amazing. And I had a friend of mine sent me a picture of the one from Annapolis the other day, and I'm like, man, that looks like a regular college locker room about 15 years ago. He said, yeah, it's still fairly Spartan here. We're not going to upgrade, and apparently West Point's the same way, and so is the Air Force Academy. Now, the Space Academy, the Space Force will be a real...
I'm sure it will be, yeah.
It's going to be like...
It's going to be out of this world,
the Marines are a department of the Navy, function. The Space Force is supposed to be department of the Air Force, and they're going to take a bunch of people out of the Air Force, a bunch of people out of the Navy. So when they have their own academy, stand by. I don't know what theirs, but the regular academies, their locker rooms are not these tremendous places, and they still have to wake up at 6:30 in the morning or 5:30 in the morning like every other cadet.
Do you
realize
realize
have to eat chow with every other cadet? They still have to do everything every other cadet, midshipman or whatever does. Then they have 6 hours of football slammed in there too. And if you know anything about the service academies, their schedules are crazy. I taught some oceanography classes and some other tactical classes at Annapolis when I was in the Navy. And I'll tell you, their schedules are nuts. I thought our schedules were crazy on the ship and stuff. Their schedules, man, they get through the ring.
Yeah, you got to be focused.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I'll tell you what, when the computers came in, there was this split in the road. You could either stay what you're doing or take the computers, and you can see where computers have gone.
Yeah.
Space Force is the same thing. Right now, the kids growing up now who are maybe 10 years out or maybe 5 years out before going in there, somehow if they get directed, I don't know if they're going to pull them. You have to have a certain amount of years in service before you can go to Space Force, or you can go directly in there. Can you imagine? It's a new entity that's going into space, and it's going to explode. I think it's a fantastic opportunity for people.
It's interesting to read all the stuff they're going to have control of, that they're going to take away basically from the Navy and the Air Force into this new Space Force. It's pretty incredible to look at all they're going to be doing.
What is that's for another show, I guess. But I'm thinking to myself, you know what the Navy does, you know what the Air Force does. It basically goes to the very outer limits.
Yeah.
But then we're going past the limits of our
everything
atmosphere.
that Navy Space Command and that Air Force Space Command does right now is going to fall under the premise of the Space Force, and including the super uber secret spacecraft that the Air Force controls right now. I think a large portion of Vandenberg Air Force Base is going to fall under the jurisdiction of the new Space Force, and there's various other places in that are Navy bases. The reception base at Kwajalein and in Guam that are both belong to the Navy right now are reportedly supposed to fall under the premise of the new Space Force. So that's what I mean. You're going to have a mix of naval and I think they said a handful of Army personnel that actually work with both of those groups. So you're going to have a pretty good mix, and it's going to be for a while, because they don't have uniforms yet.
Have you seen the logo, though?
Yeah.
I'm not too keen on the logo. You would think if we're going to be the top dog out in their space, it looks almost like
I have a grunt style shirt that says, United States Space Force stacking bodies in zero gravity.
Now there you go, man. That's what you do. So, yeah, you got to look tough out there. I get the white color. Is that racist? I don't know if I can say that.
No.
Can I say that? What color would a politically correct flight suit look like now?
Just wearing that green,
beige,
that olive.
green.
Well,
okay.
most of them wear now the desert cami flight suit. And even the Army uniform has gone away from
multicam.
All of them have now. They've gone away from that strict desert cami to one that can be worn desert, forest, wherever.
I'm still into my forest camouflage. That's one of the best ones out there, I think. But that's an old timer.
I still
speaking.
like dungarees. Bring back the dungarees.
Yeah, okay, Navy guy would say that, sure. Yeah. All right, we're gonna take a break. When we come back, We'll finish up the last segment. See you on the other side.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. I came out in the 11th grade. Nobody was embracing you. The kids were cruel. It was very difficult to be gay. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma. The hard part was determining that I was going to do it, but I definitely didn't do it alone.
At age 30, with the help of her mentor, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
I have a mentor, Maria. She convinced me to continue my education and to finish what I started to get my diploma. Just never judges. She's a true role model. If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, go get it. You can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
1 in 3 adults has prediabetes. 1 in 3. That means it could be you, your football buddy, your football buddy, or you, your best man, your worst man, you, your dog walker, your cat jogger. While 1 in 3 adults has prediabetes, with early diagnosis, prediabetes can be reversed. Take the risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. That's doihaveprediabetes.org.
Wait, did they just say 1 in 3 adults has prediabetes? That's 33.33333% of adults. That means it could be me, my boss, or my boss's boss, or me, my favorite sister, or my other sister. That's 7 members of my 21-person romantic book club. Wait, the 1 in 3 could be me, my karaoke partner Carol, or my karaoke enemy Jeff. I'm going to take the risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Some knowledge belongs to us and us alone. The way our girlfriends walk, the way they talk, the way they touch their hair. We hold details that only a sister can know about her girls. But what about our other girls? The ones that we carry with us every day. Can we describe them when everything's right? Can we feel when something's wrong? Our bond with our sister girls gives life. But knowing your breasts can save it. Go to knowyourgirls.org for the facts you need on breast health. That's knowyourgirls.org. Brought to you by Susan G. Coleman and the Ad Council.
Welcome back, everybody, to Logic Nation. December 16th, 2019. Matt, your host here, with Bill Whitmire, Republican Chair, Susan Sturl. And Susan, we got a big event coming up end of January. Why don't you tell us about it?
On January 24th, 25th, 26th of 2020 is called the Logic Fest. It's going to be in Fredericksburg. And it's a great time to get together of like-minded folks, get together and talk to each other. And it's also a great place to hang out for the weekend and just enjoy yourself, enjoy the time down there. The hotels are Windcrest Inn and Suites, Sunset Inn and Suites, Econo Lodge, Baristas Guest Quarters. You can call down there. Just tell them that you're going to go to Logic Fest, and they'll give you the special rates. Meal on Friday and Saturday night. Con and Ed are going to do their show on Saturday, and you can check it out and be a part of it. There's a bunch of stuff to do down there. There's a great World War II museum, the Nimitz Museum, Pacific Realm. First class, actually, museum. 40 wineries. You can take the bus, and then they'll take you around to all the wineries, and you can drink without, having to drive. And, that it sounds
That's
like
always a good thing.
The deal from, that sounds like something I might want to do.
Now, when you come into town and you hang a right, on the right side, midway down, is a knick-knack store. Maybe you know it, Bill, the name of the The little store down there, it's really narrow. You go in there, a whole bunch of stuff in there, a little bit of this and a little bit of that for everybody. That's where I'll be. Okay, so if I'm not there, I'll be at the Crossroads Bar. Is that what
You're
it
gonna have
is?
to get a
Yes.
name. You're gonna have to get a name.
Crossroads Saloon. Yeah, you better figure that out.
Hey,
You keep not knowing what it's
Thursday,
called.
Thursday,
Look,
or
it's been a while since I've been down there.
Fridays and Saturdays, man. It's great music at night too. Great
Yeah,
live
they have
music.
good live music.
There'll
Great
be,
shopping for the women and the men.
be 4 or 5 places that'll have good live. I mean, just if you like good country music, you like good oldies, or just a night. There's a couple places that just have a couple of guys with acoustic guitars in there and play music. It's good stuff.
Yeah.
And Bill will be there.
Yeah, we're
I'll
planning
be
on
there.
going.
Yep, I'll be there. So come and
It doesn't
enjoy.
it doesn't take me much to get me to Fredericksburg. It's one of my favorite places.
All right. Now, if you're going to go see the museum, check out the movie Midway. That'll be cool just to get a basic idea of what it's all about and it'll connect the two together. So that's what's going on at the end of the month. Also, check out my podcast, aaronsgunshop.com. Go to the radio page. Check out the latest podcast there. I think we're doing the Fifth Amendment now. And usually Thursday and Friday, we post a new one. Check it out. Share it with everybody you know. Go to the website, aaronsgunshop.com. Just check out all the pages. We can set up special classes for you. Got the indoor range open Friday nights from 6 to 9 for the public and so much more. Bill, any final words? Because we're winding up we're coming close to a end of the show here.
You know, I'd written something down and I was gonna say something, and then we got so busy doing everything else, I just kind of forgot what it is. But just pay attention to what's going on this week. Watch, check. Don't go to one specific source. Check out several news sources. This is going to be a huge week in American history. This will only be the third time a president's impeached if it goes through. I'm still not 100% certain it is, but just keep your eyes open and,
I misread the clock. I misread the clock. We still got about a minute and a half or so
just
to go.
keep your eyes on the ball because it's going to be a huge week. And then it's a huge civics lesson for everybody involved because you're going to see a lot of maneuvering in the next week. Right now, people are looking at their campaign primaries starting another 2 months. And we're about, actually another month and a half. We start the Iowa primaries in our Iowa caucuses in like a month and a half. Then New Hampshire primaries right after that. And these representatives are looking at all of this because even if their primary is not until May or June, they're going to get a barometer of what's going on in February. And everybody's right now, I'll tell you this, unless you're ultra right or ultra left, everybody in the middle is running scared right now. Because they don't know what to do and they don't know how to do it right now.
You haven't heard any talk of the Democratic candidates. I mean, it's very.
But here's the thing: they have a debate tomorrow night, a big debate.
I know, but you
tomorrow
never
night.
hear about it.
And I'm going to be interested to see how much this impeachment process rears its ugly head in that debate. Because if it doesn't, it's going to right afterwards.
If it doesn't, does that mean more people are flipping over to the other side on this deal?
It could,
because if they feel
it really could.
If they feel it's going to go towards impeachment,
I don't think the candidates want to talk about it at all. I don't think they want to even talk about it. Except maybe Bernie. Bernie's probably the only one who wants to talk about it. Yeah.
Who's got a comb? All right, everybody. We're going to finish up the show here. Appreciate everybody's calls. Thanks for listening. Bill Whitmire, Republican Chair of Milam County, thanks for coming in. Susan, thanks for doing a great job. Shane, thanks for coming in, doing everything. Everybody out there, God bless. Keep your powder dry, and we'll see you tomorrow.
One in 3 adults has prediabetes. 1 in 3. That means it could be you, your football buddy, your football buddy, or you, your best man, your worst man, you, your dog walker, your cat jogger. While 1 in 3 adults has prediabetes, with early diagnosis, prediabetes can be reversed. Take the risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org. That's doihaveprediabetes.org.
Wait, did they just say 1 in 3 adults has prediabetes? That's 33.33333% of adults. That means it could be me, my boss, or my boss's boss, or me, my favorite sister, or my other sister. That's 7 members of my 21-person romantic book club. Wait, the 1 in 3 could be me, my karaoke partner Carol, or my karaoke enemy Jeff. I'm gonna take the risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Brought to you by the Ad Council and its pre-diabetes awareness partners.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. I came out in the 11th grade. Nobody was embracing you. The kids were cruel. It was very difficult to be gay. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma.
The hard part was determining that I was going to do it, but I definitely didn't do it alone.
At age 30, with the help of her mentor, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
I have a mentor, Maria. She convinced me to continue my education and to finish what I started to get my diploma. Just never judges. She's a true role model. If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, go get it. You can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.